The Cross-Border Darts Challenge featuring the Nations Cup, coming to you live from Deer Lake, Newfoundland, Canada.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 4th annual CDC Cross-Border Darts Challenge, brought to you by the Championship Darts Corporation, live in Deer Lake, Newfoundland. On the line this weekend is not only the $3,500 first place money, but also qualifies the champion for the U.S. Darts Masters at Madison Square Garden in New York City and the PDC World Darts Championship in London. Tonight pins American versus Canadian in the first round to see which country will have the advantage heading into tomorrow night for the Nations Cup. Which country will have bragging rights for the next year? Which player will be making plans for MSG in the Alexander Palace? We will find out over the next 2 nights. The crowd is ready, the players are ready. So let's send it down to our MC, the Peter Cetera.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Deer Lake, Newfoundland! For the 4th annual Cross-Border Darts Challenge presented by Championship Darts Corporation. And now it's time to introduce the players for our first match. He is a 2021 CDC Continental Cup champion, the 2023 CDC Cross-Border Champion. From Hampton, New Brunswick, Canada, it's the Silencer, Jeff Smith! And now, the 2018 CDC Continental Cup champion, the 2017 CDC Match Play champion, a 4-time CDC main event winner, from Lehigh Acres, Florida, USA, it's the Mauler, Gary Mawson!
All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2026 Cross-Border Darts Challenge here in Deer Lake, Newfoundland. The first time across the border here north of the United States to see how this works out across the pond. I'm Sean Green, your play-by-play commentator, joined by my partner in comms for this entire weekend, the great Anthony Eugenia. AE, we are in for quite a show this evening. The crowd is amazing. And we got a great first matchup tonight.
Hey, Sean. Great to be with you. Yeah, this is going to be just what a fantastic way to start. Venue's great. crowd is pumped up already. You know, they've been here for a few hours, and they're rocking and rolling. And we see the PDC Hall of Famer Russ Bray going to be our lead referee for the weekend. And what a great way to start with Smith and Mawson. No strangers to raising a championship. Each Continental Cup champions. Jeff has tasted this cross-border glory in its inaugural year. So a big matchup to open things up here on night one.
Yeah, absolutely. He won that in Jersey City, New Jersey.
First leg, Jeff to
And
first. Game on.
would love to have that magic once again as we get off and rolling. The pro-Canadian crowd this year. We'll see if that affects our American players
60.
or anything comes of that.
28.
Only a 28 start there from Mawson. They have played each other once in CDC history against each other. I'm sure they played each other.
25.
They played each other a lot more than that, but it's a 1-0 advantage for Jeff Smith over Gary Mawson. Mawson's best finish in this is only
49.
a top 16 finish, so he has yet to win a match here in the cross-border. And, of course, Jeff Smith, you mentioned it earlier, champion.
Yeah, it's surprising that they've only met once, and also surprising Smith scoring well early on, back-to-back three-figure scores. We've seen Mawson be such a stalwart in the Continental Cup, so it's a little surprising that in this other major, he's really not found form.
84.
84, good setup there from Jeff. Leaves himself on 98 when he returns. Mawson trying to leave a finish of his own. Needed another big treble. Not going to do that.
Jeff, you require 84.
We'll see how he goes about this route. He typically likes to leave himself on double 18 if he can. Yeah, you mentioned it. The scoring early on from Jeff Smith is not a...
66.
Yeah, he split it on the last start, which I like.
Yeah,
That's a good move.
He's got the time. Come back and have a clean look at double 16 with Mawson back on 204.
44.
He does leave a finish, but it is an
Jeff, you
outside shot.
require
Jeff,
32.
3 darts here at double 16.
Game shot of first leg.
And gets
Jeff
it done in
Smith.
16 darts.
Second leg.
Listen to that
Gary to
crowd.
first. Game on.
As you said in your opening, this is the 4th cross-border, the first one on Canadian soil. So, folks will be going over the
95.
weekend, bits and pieces of this, but part of this competition is what's called the Nations Cup. And these players are not only playing for individual glory, but for team recognition as well. So each side, Canada and the United States respectively, gains a point for each win. And the first side to go to 8 points wins that Nations Cup. So Canada did win the first 2 years.
95.
USA won last year, but all 3 years have been on U.S. soil. So the Canadians, to their credit, have put up with some rough crowds.
And there's the first 180, and you hear the wonderful call from Russ Bray. And
100.
speaking of, being over here for the first time, this crowd, they showed up, and we basically sold out tomorrow night. It is packed tonight. And back-to-back 180s from Jeff Smith.
Bringing Russ over, all worth it already.
Yep.
I think the crowd's coming in, as I said, to
back-to-back 180s from Jeff.
a little comeuppance to Team USA, and show them what it's like to play on Canadian soil.
Absolutely.
2 10s.
38.
Will he come back? Outside shot here from Mawson.
64.
Like he's going to start up top on the 20s. Underneath the wire. Just over the wire.
59.
Yeah, and only 59 there from
Jeff,
Mawson.
you require 20.
Double 10 for Jeff Smith. Take a 2-0 lead and break the throw of Mawson here.
Game
He gets it done in
shot,
14.
Jeff swing.
Gets
But
it done in
Jeff to
14.
throw first.
An early break,
Game
and
on.
that'll have that's real impactful when we're talking about a first to 5.
Absolutely. Yeah, every match this evening, opening round match, was first to 5 legs, best of 9.
57.
And for those of you wondering out there, Gary Mawson is Canadian-born and has dual citizenship, but in the PDC, then by extension CDC system, you can
81.
not that you can, but you have to declare one or the other. You have to declare a nationality to play under a flag, and that locks you in for, I think it's a 3 to 5 year
43.
period. So Mawson is elected to play under the U.S. flag.
Yeah, and we actually, that's something that is a situation that, has affected a couple players. Jules Van Dongen being one of them, being over in the U.S. for such a long time, even though he was born in the Netherlands. Right now, Danny Jansen, the mullet, is living in the U.S., and I know that he is very interested
96.
in potentially playing on our CDC tour at some point. So it would be another good character to get on our tour.
The best players possible is what we want.
99.
Mawson a slight advantage here, but we've seen Jeff throw brilliance. And that's a great 134. Not going to leave a finish, but puts himself in a good position to win his third leg straight on the spin.
115.
Jeff is going to go over to Portsmouth next week to play for Team Canada.
And
as a part
Dawson
of-
Michelle.
Yep, him and Dawson Michelle.
Gary
Um,
require 151.
Excited to see that battle. 151 needs to go.
It's on.
Oh,
74 remaining.
137.
Was I
Jeff, you
incorrect on that?
require
No.
72.
Okay. Chose to just take the big score, and so like you said, Jeff likes going. He likes using those 16s and the 18s. Double 18.
Game shot
There you go.
on the third leg. Jeff swing.
if he can find a route to the 18, he's
Fifth
going
leg.
to.
Gary to throw first. Game on.
Highest checkout of the evening so far of 72.
And this is a must win for Gary. If he doesn't hold here,
140.
Jeff Smith will be coming to the Aki in the next leg to win the match.
That was a good start, though, from Mawson on throw.
27.
Here, of course, former UK Open finalist.
100.
Jeff Smith, by far one of the most electric moments in North American darts history of making the final of the U.S. Darts Masters a couple years ago, defeating Luke Humphreys in the final, or in the semifinals, 8-7, and of course hitting the big
164.
164.
100.
All right, Mawson's got his scoring boots on a little bit. Opens up well. 3 straight ton-plus scores.
54. Gary, you require 161.
Doesn't need to go. Basically just going to tee it up here, most likely.
83.
You think he shoots the bowl if he hits the...
I think he does
Couple
for
17.
momentum's sake, right?
I would agree with that. Nate.
Well, because if you're not, then why go for the second dart? Right. Why set it up?
93. Gary, you require 78.
Treble 18. 74 remains.
60.
19.
He misses the big number.
This is makes a mess of the big number. Makes a hash of it, but Jeff's giving him the opportunity, so
81.
Mawson gets a chance to fix.
Gary, you require 59.
Tops.
Game
And
shot
there's the first leg on the
fourth
board for
leg.
Gary.
Gary
Does it in
Mawson.
17 darts.
Fifth leg, Jeff to throw first. Game on.
And it's now a 3-1 lead. The must-win leg does go for Gary Mawson.
85.
I'm going to go ahead and make the argument that I think this one's a must-win leg for Gary Mawson.
I mean, in the position he's in,
140.
you don't want to give anything back to Jeff.
I mean, when we talk about the opportunity for the winner here,
96.
for Jeff Smith, the enticing part of this is MSG. He wants to get back to Madison Square Garden. He wants to play on that stage once again, especially in front of going to be our largest crowd that we've ever had at the U.S. Darts Masters.
190.
And
the road that MSG offers.
absolutely. And I know that he's itching to get back there. And that
100.
He's a two-time North American champion.
that is definitely the carrot on the end of the stick for him.
96.
And he is a former champion in this, and he also was second place last year at the cross border, losing to Leonard Gates.
100.
Gary, the first look at a finish here, 146 left.
146.
Yeah, no denying Jeff Smith is currently the probably biggest big game player out of Canada.
Absolutely. Well, it's the juxtaposition of him with the CDC, right? He has one Continental Cup title, one cross-border title, and only one event win.
He wins the biggins.
Needed the treble there to get a look. So Mawson, a great opportunity to break right back and get back on throw.
60.
This would definitely change the complexion of this match.
It's a good marker.
2 10s.
40.
Ooh. I think that
Jeff, you require 75.
So everybody do the quick math. What leaves 36? Is it 29? 39? Nope. So with 3 leaves 72. He's going double-double.
23. Gary require 20.
reprieve from Mawson.
Now, in honesty, I was a little surprised that Jeff didn't go triple 17, double 12, even though he likes the other side of the board.
No score. Jeff, you require 52.
Those darts were not his best.
A very uncommon no score at the cross border.
Double 9.
34.
And we're having some double trouble here all of a sudden.
Playing some ping pong.
20.
Back to you, Mr. Mawson. Oh, and the crowd's going to give it to him a little bit. Double 10 goes in for the mauler.
Gary Mawson.
And breaks Jeff Smith here in leg 5.
Game on.
Comes to the Aki with the opportunity to tie us up here in our first match at the 2026 Cross Border Darts Challenge.
No better feeling than walking back from a winning dart and just getting to spin back around and go first.
95.
Opens with a 95. Got a great night of action here, AE. Of course, American versus Canadian, all of these. Mawson is the 4 seed for the USA. Jeff Smith unranked, which is that's a bad draw for whoever ends up getting Jeff Smith as the unranked player. Daryl Christie, the Canadian number 2 seed, will be making his debut next against Jason Brandon, good old JB.
Both players score really well. Both have won CDC circuit events, so that might be a rock and a hard place between those two guys.
45.
So we'll show you a graphic before we head out. Our production team has a graphic of all the players on each side, so we'll ask Mr. McMahon to bring that up before we head out, and we'll take a look at the players on each side. But 8 super compelling matches tonight.
Absolutely.
$83.
Leaves 180. That is not a finish. So Jeff is going to be the first to look at a finish here. And that's a great setup.
34.
Mawson can only put pressure. That trouble on the last start does add that extra pressure. 72 left for Smith. 20. 36.
Game shot.
He has done that now twice tonight.
Jesse.
No bigger than that time.
Jeff to throw first. Game on.
Stops the momentum of Mawson and breaks the throw. So Jeff Smith throwing for the match. Be our
81.
first player through to tomorrow night. You'll play the winner of Larry Butler and David Cameron.
Cameron, the 1 seed on the Canadian side. Butler coming in unseeded, but about as dangerous of an unseeded player as you're going to get.
Absolutely.
59.
Of course, Larry is one of the newly inductees into the brand new CDC Hall of Fame. Part of that inaugural class.
The inaugural class,
57.
John Part, Darren Young, and Larry Butler is your first group to be inducted, and they will be formally inducted tomorrow evening before the
64.
play commences into the newly created CDC Hall of Fame, and we wanted to recognize this is year 12, and we feel we've got enough of a track record to recognize,
100.
certain players, and those 3 this year in particular, of course, not only for their spectacular play on the Aki, but what they did to help
100.
create and kick off this entity that we set forth in 2015.
Absolutely. Yeah, part of that group that
80.
brought excitement to the
And
tour.
quite honestly, legitimacy. Players like that. Darts is not unlike other sports. Players look to accomplish
59.
leaders to set the tone.
Jeffrey
And when
Require
those 3 particular players, and of
124.
course there were others as well, but most notably when those 3 gentlemen said, "Hey, we believe in the idea," because that's what it was at the
90.
time. It was an idea. When they bought into the idea that we had on what we wanted to do, it had momentum.
Well, Jeff Smith has 32 left for the
100.
match.
Jeffrey Require 32.
Move on to tomorrow.
Game.
And there it is,
Shot.
Jeff Smith.
And the match.
A 20-darter
Smith.
to get it done there, but Jeff Smith moves on. A 5-2 victory over Gary Mawson. A very good performance from Jeff. He had that one kind of a stinker leg there for the 84 average, but Mawson did a little bit above his average for the year, and just it was not enough to take down Jeff Smith.
No, Jeff looked impressive early on. Settled down after a little Mawson push, and that's going to send a statement to the rest of the field that Jeff Smith is looking for his second CDC cross-border.
Absolutely, and we talked about it. McManimal, if you want to throw up that graphic real quick so we can see the players on both sides here to talk about them. At least just run through the roster of both sides there. And if not, that's okay. We can talk about it when we come back. And it looks like we're going to do that. So stay with us, folks. We have plenty of action coming your way next right here at the CDC Cross Border Darts Challenge.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
With their nails done. Girls with their
Welcome back to the Cross-Border Darts Challenge, streaming live from Deer Lake, Newfoundland, Canada.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Deer Lake, Newfoundland for the 2026 Cross-Border Darts Challenge presented by Championship Darts Corporation. And now it's time to introduce the players for our next match. He is a Continental Cup runner-up. He is the 2022 CDC Match Play Champion. From Cowan, Tennessee, USA, he is the unforgettable Jason Brandon. And now, making his Cross-Border Darts Challenge debut, a 2025 main event winner from St. John, New Brunswick. He is the natural disaster, Daryl Christie.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I did not know Daryl Christie could dance like that, but we are live here at the CDC Cross-Border Darts Challenge in Deer Lake, Newfoundland. I'm Sean Green, your play-by-play commentator, joined once again by the incredible Anthony Eugenia. AE, it's 1-0 Canada on the Nations Cup scoreline as Jeff Smith just defeated Gary Mawson 5-2. The unforgettable Jason Brandon will want to right that ship here against the debutante and Daryl Christie.
Both players having just an absolute ball with this crowd on the way up.
Great walk-on songs.
good walk-on songs, and yeah, just we're sort of chuckling that the players maybe enjoyed themselves just a tad bit too much.
Hey, debut on a big stage for Del Christie. It's most people that it's ever had watching him in an event, right? I can see this, see the excitement there. Now, will that adrenaline cause some issues? That's the question.
I think it may, and he's playing against a guy who is smooth as silk. You know, Jason, even with a maybe a hostile crowd, is not going to really let it affect them. Both of these guys are former CDC Tour event winners, so they've tasted victory. Both score really well, so this should be a pretty tight contest. But yeah, let's see how the crowd plays into this in terms of carrying Christie over the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, the Lakeside semifinalist a couple years ago, and Jason Brandon. So he is privy to this type of a environment here, and also an environment where the crowd's mostly against him, as he had to come back from behind against Neil Duff in the last leg decider.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg.
Here we go. Daryl Christie will get the start.
Game on.
Second time in a row the Canadian has had the start in the match. And I'm going to say this, two of the nicest human beings you will ever meet in your life are on this dartboard right now.
Without a doubt.
100.
And both of them, their darts will land a little flat in the board.
You know, to your question, to see, you know, if Christie's adrenaline is pumping a little too much, settle in there with that third triple. So he looked pretty solid there. So we'll see what legs darts 4, 5, and 6 bring.
Absolutely.
There we go. A little composure.
Even though this is his first time in this event, he's a veteran of the game for sure.
36.
And he is one of those players that is a pretty good scorer, but his game is finishing. He's a great finisher, and that is always a dangerous opponent to go up against.
23.
Jason gives it right back to Daryl. So both players trying to find their footing here as we open up our second match in night one. You're in Newfoundland.
Well, I'm
going to struggle to say it correctly all weekend long.
Hard on the land.
Prepped by Kylie Edmonds and everything.
Newfoundland. And, yeah, of course, JB is kind of struggling to get started here. His hand hurts because he signed so many autographs on the walk-on.
140.
But he rights the ship already. And, of course, Hall of Famer Russ Bray.
All 16 players being treated like the stars that they are, the great stars of North America.
The line just to get into the venue was wonderful.
58.
So cool to see.
No Bunts hiding in the back there watching the match.
100.
Talking to one of the staff security.
I'm having a David Irete moment. I'm like, close that door. I don't like that shot.
Oh, I love it. Daryl trying to leave that finish and not going to do so. Only 26. So JB should be the first to the finish against the throw.
59.
But not a whole lot done there to punish. Daryl's going to have pressure on him.
We talked these guys up coming into it, and
Jason
the nerves
require 138.
might be getting to them a little bit. We need a leg to settle. So we know these guys didn't get here by accident.
Right.
106.
Beautiful to leave 32.
84.
If he gets a look. Still a chance. 81 left. Trouble 19. Ooh, would have left 24.
24.
So JB3 clear darts
Jason,
at a
you
double.
require 32.
Definitely a slow start on the opening leg, but it's not going to matter if he gets the job done. Two good markers.
Game Sean, the first leg. Jason Brandon.
That'll settle
Second leg,
Jason
Jason to
down
throw
a
first.
break of throw.
Game on.
So you get to the Aki, look to put pressure on your opponent with a big first 3-dart score, and it will conversely do the opposite to Darryl, letting that first one go. He's going to have to fight the urge to try and do too much.
Well, it is a quicker format than some events. A race to 5 is still
100.
a long format match, so just losing one leg is not gonna hurt you. He's only one break down.
41.
And let's be honest, JB's shown some weakness in the scoring power to start off with. So if Darryl just gets hot, it could turn into a natural disaster for JB.
Certainly. Early on, it's a match that is the opportunities have
60.
been there for either player. So
They have played each other one time each, and it's 1-1 on the head-to-head matchup. The average has favored Darryl Christie
97.
overall there. Darryl whooped him event 7 last year in Oak Brook 5-1, and in set play in Brownsburg, Jason Brandon beat him 3-2 in that set play. So one of our special tournaments.
95.
Which will be returning in a bridged fashion over weekends 3, 4, and 5 this year. So stay tuned for some news on that.
Love it.
59.
Their overall CDC averages are less than a point difference. 82.88 for Jason Brandon and 81.94 for Darryl Christie. That's 280 matches worth of darts between the two players. So we expect this to be a good one.
140.
It's more like it. Christie finds the range. Is going to be the first one at an out opportunity to get that break back off of Jason Brandon.
100.
I'm telling you what, there are 3
Darryl, you
sounds
require 106.
that just automatically make me excited. The first is the Masters theme song. The second is the thump of a dartboard. And the third is the call from Russ Bray. 86 remains. 32 left.
Game
And
shot,
there's that
Sabata.
checkout, the first ton-plus
Darryl
checkout
Christie.
of the evening. And it goes to Darryl
Third
Christie.
leg, Darryl to throw first. Game on.
A good last 6 legs, last 6 darts from Christie put together a scoring effort to leave 106 and takes it out. Nice crisp. His setup dart there with the 18 was nice in the center. Good strong double 16.
81.
That's got to give Darryl Christie a little bit of confidence and settle the nerves a bit.
Absolutely, and we mentioned it. That's his
99.
finishing is his strongest point. So the 106 checkout is not surprising. When he won the event last season, he actually
41.
became a little bit of an international sensation because Owen Binks posted about his checkout and the way that he went about that final throw, calling it one of the weirdest ways to take out that number.
58.
Asked Darryl about it, and he said, "I was just feeling it," and that's all you need to know about Darryl Christie.
Just feeling it.
I like this. You're struggling on the scoring
79.
on the 20s. Switch it.
Well, usually the prudent thing to do. We do see some players who get obstinate and insist on staying on the
60.
20s. But it's a palate cleanser. Go down, see if you can find some scoring down there, refresh things, and reset the eyes. And when you come back up for the lipstick.
Yeah, 140 would leave 160. Not going to do that.
60.
Another Scrappy, tight leg. Both of them shooting below par
100.
at this point for themselves. Hey, the lights all came on. That's not good.
Somebody leaned against the light fixture. Oh, boy.
At least it was not while he was throwing the dart, but it was in the middle of his round after
26.
2 triple ones. Maybe they just want to turn it on just to have him reset real quick. So JB against the throw. He's going to be the first to a finish.
140.
It's been break a throw, start. It looks like that might continue here.
$30. Jason, you require 44.
Four.
And we know the old moniker.
Gordon Dixon. Nobody misses
40.
double 4.
And
Somebody
he
just
did.
did.
He did. I said he did. That's not math, or that's not using language.
The player in this match that can essentially scrape their way through this one will
80.
face the winner of Leonard Gates and Jacob
Jason, you
Taylor,
require 4.
the home island boy in Taylor. That's going to be a doozy. We'll see that match up 7th tonight.
Game shot in the third leg.
Hits the madhouse to take out that
Jason
one
Brandon.
and make it a 2-1
Fourth leg,
scoreline.
Jason, the
As
throw
you said,
first.
Get another break.
Game on. $95.
I think you'd agree that also the scoring here is what kind of allows the break of throws to kind of be
Mhm.
more opportunistic.
57.
Yeah, it really will be a match. No matter which way it eventually finishes, it'll be a match that there'll be many
100.
opportunities offered and opportunities missed or gained by each player. It'll be the player who ultimately takes advantage of the opportunities because they're each in giving each other those opportunities.
83. $59.
Jason Brandon, of course, one of the duo of the first father-daughter main event.
CDC Tour card holders.
Yep, and Clayana. Shout out to Clayana for that.
91.
It's got to be so rewarding as a dad that your passion rubs off onto your kid and that your kid's that good as well.
80.
Get to a place where, yeah, you can be out on the road as equals, and you can sort of show the ropes. So we're at a place here where, you know, each player is struggling. The occasional, there's the one triple, but it's the matter of getting the second. Neither one has been able to put those two scoring,
121.
two double,
Jason,
triple
you
visits in,
require
and Darryl just does
167.
that. It gets him to a 149 finish. Let's see what Jason can do with the big 167.
Going to move back up on the last start.
99.
Outside shot here for Daryl Christie, but we've said it.
Darryl, you
His
require
finishing,
149.
extremely impressive.
Double 19 for double 16. Double 16 for a 149.
Oh.
117.
Not surprising that he got a look at it.
Jason, you require 68.
Only going to be one dart at a double.
Double 16.
36.
Again, opportunity given back to
Daryl,
Daryl
you
Christie.
require 32.
Daryl does this, where he gets himself set. I like this move out of him, especially in big moments. Let's tie it back up and be our fourth break of throw in 4
Game
legs, and
shot
there it is.
Full flag. Daryl Christie. Fifth leg, Daryl to throw first.
Yet another break of throw.
Game on.
There's your professional move by Russ. Hold things a little bit. No, the player was getting an equipment change or a sip of water. And as the approach made, game on.
0.11 difference in the averages right now. Could not be closer.
We thought
60.
it would be a tight affair. In all fairness, we thought it would be a little smoother, a little prettier, if you will.
Mhm.
But the opportunity is
41.
there for both players to move, for either player, I should say, to move into night 2, finals night, into the quarterfinals.
Absolutely. And tonight is all about just
95.
advancing. So have an advance. It doesn't matter what you shoot tonight. None of that. Because tomorrow's a different day.
Tomorrow's a different day for the 8 players that remain, and we'll see
44.
the ebbs and flows of the Nations Cup as we come out. Jeff Smith getting the first point on the board for Canada.
That one is a 1st to 8 for the Nations Cup.
42.
Special guest Darian Hatcher will be on site tomorrow to present the Nations Cup tomorrow night. 171.
71.
A maximum out of nowhere from JB.
$58.
And only a response of 58 from Daryl. So JB has the advantage against the throw once again. From Cowan, Tennessee,
59.
Jason Brandon. Daryl Christie from Misbeck, New Brunswick, on the Bay of Fundy, just outside St. John's. He's a maintenance electrician at the liquid natural gas plant.
One of them, they're risky jobs.
Mm-hmm.
You want to make sure things don't go boom.
60.
Maybe that's why it's a natural disaster, because if he does his job incorrectly, it will be a natural disaster.
60.
See what Daryl can do with that opening. It almost seems like a flat-footed foot race. 186, 186, 2 legs apiece. Oh, this is a big one. 66 remaining. Down to the 10s. Oh,
134. Jason, you require 126.
Well, our room number this weekend, and also this
don't
outshot.
tell the ladies.
Well, they don't know which one of the 2 hotels
Oh,
we're
I was
at.
going to say, there's not too many on the island.
Oh,
Double 6.
114.
just a bit outside on that last dart.
Daryl, you require 52.
Did get a good look at it.
Right now, these are those moments. As like I said, we're going to look back on the match and pick out certain moments. A leg 5.
A leg 5 hold a throw would be massive. It will be tops. You have to bring that down quite a bit. The good news is not a blocker.
12 score.
And only 12 scored, so you mentioned it. One of those
Jason,
big
you
moments, and now
require
JB on
12.
double 6.
For a 5th consecutive break of throw.
Game shot
And it
the
goes.
5th leg. Jason Brandon. 6th leg, Jason to throw first. Game on.
Very weird to go 5 breaks straight to start off a match. The lights turn back on again.
65.
We are in the Deer Lake Recreational Annex, a wonderful and beautiful new facility, but it is an overall sport facility, so
140.
there's lots of stuff all around the building, lots of switches and lights and and entryways and all kinds of stuff.
58.
That's why a lot of gymnasiums you go to, they put blockers on all the light switches.
Well, we may have to look into those for night 2.
81.
I was impressed by how much it did not affect the players to go from light to dark there in that throw.
Well, I wonder that's what Jason at the end of that leg whispered something back to Daryl. I would imagine it's something along those lines.
Daryl's had a couple of darts that just kind of gone wayward on him.
60.
Maybe only 60 though, so Daryl an opportunity to get the first look at a finish again against the throw. Needs a big treble.
55.
They wanted to make sure that the 25 wouldn't have left 170. It would not have, it would have left 180. So 222 for Jason Brandon. Should leave a finish even without a triple. Got to switch here to the 18s though. He does exactly that. Yeah, interesting for our YouTube viewers that
65.
we can't play the music for the walk-ons
Jason
for
require
reasons, and so you just saw Daryl dancing to nothing,
Good point.
and that's impressive.
Yeah, no, it's copy. You get copyright strikes on YouTube. So we pod down the music.
64.
So yeah,
Daryl
So play at
require
home.
120.
pipe
Exactly.
up the music in your living room,
Exactly.
and it'll feel right. It'll feel perfect.
I was excited for Jason Brandon with Metalingus.
Shanghai for Daryl Christie. It's another crack at the triple.
60.
So for
Jason,
our
you
very
require
first
100.
hold of throw, Jason Brandon needs 100.
It would be a huge ton-plus checkout.
Are we going tops, or are we going 16s? All right, tops, but not able to
60.
set it up. So Daryl
Daryl
Christie
will require
for a
60.
6th break in this match.
To tie it up 3-3. First to 5 legs. That's a good marker.
Game
And he
shot on the
finds it.
6th leg. Daryl Christie. 7th leg, Daryl to throw first.
And Daryl again takes a drink of water before starting.
Game on.
And again, the great Russ Bray holding the game on. Let's shout out Angelo DiGiulio, looking pretty on that stage as our scorekeeper.
Kudos to the whole staff for on this weekend. A lot of hard-working folks that you'll see on camera, some behind the camera,
41.
in production, on the staff, front of the house, back of the house, get everything set. It's a whole lot of work to get to where we are. We appreciate everybody.
Very much so.
100.
I always say that I specifically have the easy job. You don't. You have 80,000 heads that you're wearing at one time. But I can just show up and just sit here and talk. And everyone else, I showed up today and everything was completely done. As
140.
Daryl drops that third dart.
Yeah, he's more annoyed with the third than pleasure with the first two.
He knew that he could just lay it on top of the other two, and I think he just laid it a little too gently.
140.
And what a follow from JB. Again, attacking the throw of his opponent.
All right, boys, let's bring this home in like 7. Let's have a big flourish, right? You finish this the last few legs in epic fashion. Everybody forgets about the rest.
And I'm still one of those people that's, no matter what, it's compelling if it's close, and it can't be much closer right now than it has been.
Yeah, if it's undetermined, that is drama in and of itself.
Jason Brandon's best finish in this is a top 16. And of course, the first time Daryl Christie's played in this, another one of those would be nice. Oh!
114.
Instead, the dart god taketh away. But let's play a game of 161. Jason Brandon's going first. Will not take it out, so just trying to leave it handy.
99.
That'll work.
Daryl, you require 161.
It might only be one dart at a double. And again, the finishing master here in Daryl Christie. Don't put it past him to hit this 161.
What kind of pressure he can put on now on Jason.
65.
Smart last dart.
Jason, you require 62.
Leaves a 2-dart finish. Trouble 10. Only going to be 1 dart. It's at double 6.
$52.
And he goes outside.
50.
So Daryl Christie's 96
Daryl,
left
we require
for a hold, the
96.
biggest hold of throw of the match.
All right, the most opportune time to hold his throw.
He's already hit 106. 76 left. He's going to stay right there. No, he tried to go double-double.
42. Jason, you require 12.
So JB double 6 once again. He's already taken this out once. It's a good marker. Worst marker. Oh,
6
no.
score.
You heard a little crowd boo there, too.
54.
I don't think Jason heard it, though.
54 for Christie. And you know, the players in the practice room are watching, even though early, with the momentum of the Nations Cup. You don't want to be down 2-0.
Jason, you require 6.
If you're the U.S., so let's see. Straight for double 3.
The crowd's getting into it. And he misses all 3.
Daryl, you require 20.
And Jason gives him a little good job as Daryl with the crowd behind him. Trying to will in this double 10. Did the E of the triple core.
Game shot.
But a good adjustment.
Daryl Christie.
And that, my friends, is your first hold
Eighth
of throw
leg. Jason, the throw
here
first.
in the last
Game
16.
on. 41.
And not the start that Jason Brandon wanted. And I like this start from Daryl. Start on the 19s. And that's a 171 from Daryl Christie.
71.
And Jason Brandon has his back against the wall early in this leg.
Putting that off darts pressure that we've seen in this match is Christie.
123.
What a time to throw this leg.
Putting the pedal down a little bit to try and wrap this up would put Canada up 2-0.
140 from Jason Brandon. Trying to just stay within striking distance just in case.
So big setup darts here for Christie. And crowd's got an old school feel to it, very reactionary. You give them something to cheer for, they're going crazy. We've got to get some songs and some chants out there.
45.
Yeah, the venue is mostly full.
Now that's a big opening for Jason. With the right score here, Jason puts himself at first at an out.
He did that.
40.
Big 140 from Jason Brandon. Christie on a bogey. So he just decides to leave 12. It looks like that's the case.
100. Jason, you require 95.
Treble 19 for double 19.
I think he's going both. Yep.
93 left. Oh, this could be a great save. Double 18.
77.
Not quite.
Darryl, you require 62.
For the match.
It must be said to advance to the quarterfinals.
Again, relaxes his nerves first. Settles down the adrenaline.
Another one. Gotta hit the big number. Double 16 to put away Jason Brandon.
And the match.
And listen to that crowd roar. A 15-darter there at the last leg for Darryl. And it's a 5-3 victory for the Canadian. And listen to that crowd.
He's soaking it up, and that's what you want to see in a spot like this. So Darryl Christie lives to fight again. He advances into tomorrow night's finals night, where he will face the winner of Leonard Gates, the US 3 seed, and the island hero, Jacob Taylor.
Yeah, but coming up next are a couple of fantastic players. One, a Hall of Famer now for the CDC, and Larry Butler as he takes on Excalibur, David Cameron. Do not go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with more from the CDC Cross-Border Darts Challenge right after this.
girls with their nails done now. Girls with their
Welcome back to the Cross Border Darts Challenge, streaming live from Deer Lake, Newfoundland, Canada.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Deer Lake, Newfoundland, for the 4th annual Cross Border Darts Challenge brought to you by Championship Darts Corporation. It is now time to meet our players. From Dayton, Ohio, he is the inaugural PDC World Match Play Champion. He is the inaugural CDC Continental Cup Champion. He is a member of the inaugural CDC Hall of Fame class. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Eagle, Larry Butler. And now, the 2025 Continental Cup runner-up, the 2024 Cross Border Darts Challenge runner-up, 10 times a CDC champion. Please welcome from Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, it's Excalibur David Cameron!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CDC Cross-Border Darts Challenge for match number 3 here in Deer Lake, Newfoundland. I'm Sean Green, play-by-play commentator, joined once again by my partner in comms this weekend, the great Anthony Eugenia, AE. It's 2-0 Canada on that Nations Cup scoreline.
Indeed it is, and I have to tell you, if there's nobody that's more excited to be on home turf than Mr. David Cameron. And you know what I'm talking about out there. You know, he had a rough go last couple of years at the cross border with the U.S. fans.
Yes, he did.
So, you know, he's probably the most excited player on the Canadian side to be on home soil. As you say, coming into the match now, you know, can really start to cause trouble for the USA side if he picks this one up and puts Canada up 3-0 in the Nations Cup. So a lot of work to be done for his opponent, but his opponent is one, you know, the Eagle, Larry Butler, and we've seen, you know, Larry do just astonishing and amazing and incredible things on the dartboard, and he's got such raw talent that even at a later stage in his career, let's be fair,
Third match of the evening.
the magic
David
is
Cameron
still
to
there
throw
and
first.
can be called upon
Game
in
on.
incredible moments. It may not sustain itself, but the lightning, he still has the lightning in the toolbox.
Absolutely. And yeah, you mentioned it. And listen,
135.
it's a good start there, 135, as we get Trish Grezik on the call for this match. We got to give Russ a break every once in a while. And listen, going to Trish is not that bad of a
93.
situation at all, of a drop-off. But we're talking about guys who are second and third in event wins in CDC history. David Cameron has 10. Larry Butler, of course, 9 and 1 in CDC event finals. They both have won a lot of events. Continental Cup champion, of course, Larry Butler. David Cameron looking for his first
42.
major title in the CDC.
Yeah, somewhat, you know, you touched on Jeff Smith earlier. The inverse of that, Jeff has picked up a couple major titles and not racked up a lot of circuit,
45.
you know, wins. But Cameron has been just steadfast on the circuit. As you said, 10 wins, but consistently deep in the events. The sort of the grind that is the championship dart circuit. 16 events
100.
again this year, and you know he finished the year as the Canadian 1. You know, and that there's a lot of good work that gets put in to achieve that position.
140.
It's a big 140 from Cameron, and out of all the players that are playing here, the highest average, the third highest average in the Cross-Border Darts Challenge
24.
over
David,
his time
you
played is
require
David
100.
Cameron. He's averaging over 97 in his 5 matches in the cross-border. I'm sorry, that's his best average, is 97.
60.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was a crazy stat, and it was.
99.
All right, Cameron on tops.
David, you require 40. Game shot
And
in the
he
first
gets
leg.
it.
David Cameron. Second leg.
A
Larry
tidy
to throw
16
first.
darter
Game on.
for Cameron. Looked impressive there to hold his opening throw.
100.
And the averages will tell a story. However, they don't tell the whole story. It doesn't matter how Larry throws against the throw, except for one leg, as long as he does a lot better with his throw.
140.
But Cameron looks to be in fuego early on. Former finalist of this event back in 2024.
43.
Losing to Alex Spellman in that final. One of the players on our CDC tour that if he's finishing, he can easily average over 100 because of his scoring power.
Yeah, and we've seen that multiple times. But,
40.
you know, many of those 10 victories included averages right in that 100 neighborhood.
He was our #1 average on
100.
on the CDC Tour last year, with an average overall of an 87.98.
47. David, you require 161.
161 left for Cameron.
$136.
And he went for it. One of those why nots, you know.
Why not?
And look at the 171 from Larry Butler
David, you
to
require
put some pressure on this
25.
25 left.
That, my friends, you and I have been privileged to watch many, many days of Butler go down and just devastate things on the 19th.
Game shot in the second leg.
A-
David Cameron.
A break of throw.
Third leg.
A 15
David to
darter
throw first. Game on.
for David Cameron. Pushes against the late Butler charge.
And this might be a situation, like you said,
140.
we've been privy to Butler on the 19s. It might be time just to switch.
Yeah, he's been brutally effective.
39.
Right now, Cameron not doing much wrong. 16 darter, 15 darter to open up.
41.
Already a few 140 pluses. Oh,
11.
all in the neighbors there for Butler.
That's a big misstep. Yep, following up that 39. So there's that opening for Cameron. Larry shown on those
60.
19s in that last leg, and that's what he's got to get back to.
The last start was throwing a little more oomph than the first couple. But something that we don't see very often from Larry is him going left and right
58.
on those numbers.
As laid out in front of us, left and right.
15.
And then left again. Yeah, he is not sharp at the moment. Still got time. Problem is that Cameron has shown that he is sharp right now.
135.
The pressure continues from Excalibur.
67 left after 15.
58. David, you require 67.
Tonight is just the opening round here.
Game
And
shot
beautiful
in the third leg. David
Two-dart
Cameron.
check out there from David Cameron.
Fourth leg.
It just keeps
Larry to
coming.
throw first. Game on.
16, 15, 17 on the three legs. Averaging 94.
58.
Team Canada coming out roaring in the Nations Cup. Akin to what we saw in the inaugural year when
97.
Canada nearly put it away after night one.
Yeah, I think it was 6-2 after
Yeah.
the first night, and then Jeff Smith didn't lose a single leg on night two.
It was something akin to
84.
6-2 with like one or two matchups the next night that were Canada versus
Yep.
Canada. So just based on the default of getting points, they pretty much put it in the bag.
58.
It was definitely over with quickly in Jersey City.
And it's been a nice twist to this event that the players have really responded to, and we appreciate that. It's it's a
93.
singles title with a team event wrapped inside of it.
There's no extra money that goes to the nation that wins or anything like that. It's that pride
100.
that goes along with it, and that cup, and it's the bragging that happens all year long between the players on both sides. And I mean, we are a team of
81.
North Americans together when we typically play, but this is a good just battle between Canada and the U.S. that we like to have.
Because there's always, as you said, always internal bragging rights. And I mean, I've seen
99.
it go on for years. Of who's in the top of the rankings and who wins more titles and who's got the better top players
45.
versus who's
David,
deeper.
you require 147.
Well, Butler on 140, the 147 left for Cameron.
Yeah, this would just be devastating. He won't put it away, but it gives Butler an
100.
opportunity, and it's
Larry, you
time to
require
step up for
140.
Larry.
Must go. It's not going to. The lights just turn on again in there?
42. David, you require
No.
47.
It just got a little bit brighter. It would seem like that.
So 47 to go into a commanding position for David Cameron. Ooh, a little wayward, but still a clear bed.
Game
And he
shot in the
fixes
fourth
things.
leg. David Cameron.
And it's a
Right.
4-0 lead.
And
Fifth
right there
leg.
in range, right? 16,
David to
17,
throw first.
18s is where David Cameron's
Game
living
on.
right now. 90 average, commanding position at the Aki to put Larry Butler away and advance. Let's see, I think we
58.
spoke about it earlier, right? Yeah, boy, oh boy. If Cameron holds on to this, who's he got tomorrow night?
Jeff Smith.
Jeff Smith. Wow.
So it's essentially a two-pointer victory for Canada.
125.
Exactly.
Yep.
Thank you, brother. I mean, that's exactly what we were looking at in year one. Yes, that's how this starts. That's sort of the fun of this. Exactly. David Cameron can essentially and literally earn 2
100.
points for Canada by this victory. Yeah. As the bracket unfolds, we'll take a look at that. So it's going to be the USA's job to kind of put that together in another part of the bracket. We've still got 2 parts of the
46.
bracket untouched. So, but boy, oh boy, that may turn out to be a Canadian grudge match tomorrow night.
Yep.
And the tournament
58.
director and the executive producer are going to have a tough time. That is a meaty match. Where do you put that in the quarterfinals?
Luckily, that is above my pay grade and up to the
54.
person that's sitting next to me, I believe.
You may have to open up with that one tomorrow night. Get things going.
Oh, here we go.
180.
There's the first
180 for Excalibur.
The first of the match. You see Daryl Christie down there sitting watching.
37.
Must be at the
David,
winning
you
table
require
where you go and sign
105.
autographs.
Yes, right. We're setting a precedent over there, which is really cool. To be honest with you, I'm old enough. Oh, we got tops.
Game shot and the match. David Cameron.
Commanding 5-0 win for David Cameron.
Wow.
Right. The Canadian #1 seed comes in, facing a tough foe in Butler. Puts him away 5-0. Scores well, finishes well. All things look good for Cameron. Home soil, friendly confines, a pleasing crowd. So things are looking good for Mr. Cameron as he heads into night 2. He's going to have a big, a big foe tomorrow, but, he's putting himself in a good position to make a serious run at his first major.
Yeah, absolutely. And we just saw CDC Hall of Famer Larry Butler in that last match. We get another one in that inaugural class in our next matchup. So don't go anywhere, folks. We got 3-time world champion John Part taking on the Reaper, Adam Sabata. We're coming back right after this. Like, you have that
Oh,
extra
yes,
you have
yeah.
the walk on. You have plenty of time.
Okay.
Located in the heart of Midtown, Mick Hale's Bar and Grill. More than just a pub.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
Welcome back to the Cross Border Darts Challenge, streaming live from Deer Lake, Newfoundland, Canada.
And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Deer Lake, Newfoundland. It's the 4th annual Cross Border Darts Challenge presented by Championship Darts Corporation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to introduce our players. He is a 3-time CDC main event winner. He is a member of the CDC Inaugural Hall of Fame class. From Toronto, Ontario, he is a 3-time champion of the world, Darth Maple, John Part! Parker, Arizona, USA. He is a 7-time CDC champion, including a record 4 consecutive titles in 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, don't fear him. Welcome the Reaper, Adam Sabata!
Thank you for joining us once again here for the 4th annual CDC Cross-Border Darts Challenge live here in Deer Lake, Newfoundland. I am Sean Green, joined once again by my partner in comms, the great Anthony Eugenia. The crowd is going crazy this evening as Canada is up 3-0 in the Nations Cup scoreline. The hometown players have been phenomenal, but in this one we got 3-time world champion taking on one of the hottest players in the last 2 years on the CDC Tour in Adam Sabata.
Yeah, that was a great walk-on for everybody concerned. The crowd, I was happy to see them to really enjoy an absolute icon, right? Walking through their midst, Canadian, born and bred, 3-time champion of the world in this great sport that we love, you know, and I love to see John get it as well. What the man has accomplished, he can't get enough accolades, and you know what a great moment to see that. That's, you know, part of why we put this all together. And now you got a man there. Now you see him in front of you warming up, like Sean tells you, you know, about as hot as you can get in terms of that floor game, right? One of these players that we watched, I mean, just brutally effective on the floor. 4 in a row last year. There was a point where you and I were doing commentary. You were like, there's like 7 events in a row where he was no less than the semifinals.
First leg out of
crazy number, right? But with that said, we've yet to see Adam Sabata put it all together and have it click on stage.
100.
Absolutely. And he did make the semifinals last year at the cross-border, but obviously falling short of his goal there as the #1 seed for the U.S. that year. Coming into this as the #1 seed again this year for the U.S. And again, he's won 7 events in the last 2 years. And just the hottest player in the CDC right now. And one of the most dangerous. Absolutely. Overall averages for this season, including the special events, 87.22 for Adam Sabata is that top result there. But
59.
Don't overlook Darth Maple. He has, over the last year, improved his game once again up to that level where he can win.
Yeah, you can tell John has been
59.
putting time in as a player. I mean, he's now put together just as long an accomplished career as a broadcaster.
Absolutely.
And I think, you know, the work that took for a while took him away from his game.
32.
And I think there's been a rededication to board time. And like you said, we've seen that in the last 2 years. We've seen him have some good spots internationally and some really good moments in CDC play in the last 24 months.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was a point differential away from making the U.S. Darts Masters as a qualifier last year.
42.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, he was right there, and there was a room full of people rooting for him.
Listen, it would have been the greatest story because I'm sure. I mean, he was scheduled to do commentary for the event, and that would have put a cog in that if he was playing. But not sharp so far.
That is a good one. I wonder how they play that.
Top might come for his match.
I was thinking the same thing.
Adam require 121.
121 left for Sabata. Going to go the bull route here. 96 left. Now 93, so treble 19. And he does leave his favorite double as 36, which was his in double whenever he was playing the double in double out tournaments.
Yeah, that was a great recovery there. You know, it was going to clearly be a setup shot, and composed himself and
100.
leaves himself with a double.
Adam require 36.
As Sean tells you, he's very, very comfortable and very, very confident in.
Game shot on the first leg.
Is the result.
Adam Sabata. Second leg, John to throw first. Game on.
The pace not the best, but it gets the job done, and he's on the board.
It just occurs to me as I look at the matches that the two Hall of Famers that we've got both got drawn against the respective one seeds. So I similar I think to Larry Butler in that we're just not going to walk all over that call.
No.
A similar sort of profile of match that we just saw that we know John still got it in the locker.
85.
It's a matter of it coming out in spurts, in big moments, but it's probably not going to be a big sustained effort. It's going to be timely. But if there's anybody who's played timely darts in his career, it's John Part.
Absolutely. Of course, his best victory in the World Art Championship was against Bobby George. 6-0 in the final of that one.
Bobby will tell you he had a bad back. I mean, he
did.
hurt his back.
He was very much sore.
Was it Magnus Karras in the
quarters?
In the quarters?
And then he still won his semifinal match. But he's Darth Maple for a reason. He's not going to worry about someone else's back.
And I'll just have you know, I did watch a chess documentary last night. So Magnus Karras might be the chess champion, and I'm getting it wrong, but it's close.
Magnus Carlsen is the chess champ.
Okay,
so you might be right.
My instincts were right.
94.
Karras is the gentleman that Bobby played.
Well, a big checkout opportunity here for John Part. Not going to be able to take it. So Sabata on tops after 12. But John definitely a better level of play in this leg versus the first.
Adam require 40.
For a 13 darter.
Game shot, second leg. Adam Sabata.
13 dart.
Third leg, Adam a throw
break
first.
A throw for Adam Sabata. The Reaper is trying to reap Darth Maple early on.
19 and a 13. Just sort of trying to get a sense of if it's very much similar to the Cameron and Butler match, in the sense that I'm trying to set up a narrative here of the 2-1 seeds being very much, same profile, same scoring, same finishing, in what they hope is a showdown tomorrow night of number 1 seeds for the cross-border title.
So far, that is seeming to be the case here early on. However, we already mentioned it. that the #1 seed in David Cameron has a very tough battle against Jeff Smith
34.
Oh, yes.
tomorrow night. But David Cameron averaging almost 93 in his victory over Larry Butler. Jeff Smith 84 against Gary Mawson. So Cameron better on the averages of the two. But again, as I mentioned earlier, today is today. Tomorrow is a whole different ballgame.
Mm-hmm.
The winner of this match will get the winner of another tough one in Jim Long or Dougie Bame, which will be our next match, actually, here at the Cross Border Darts Challenge. The crowd has been phenomenal all night. It's been so great to see. It's cool to just be out there.
96.
Great last start from Sabata. Part way back on 246. Sabata on 71 after 12. Adam playing at the level that we know he is capable of.
$59. Adam requires 71.
Oh, great first start for double 16. Double 8.
63.
He'll come back. John on the murder death kill, 187.
The murder, death, kill.
That's from Demolition Man.
Oh, okay.
100. Adam will require 8.
Now double 2. He is moving around the board. He thought that one was in.
Game shot on the third leg. Adam Sabata. Full flag John to throw first. Game on.
Ended up being an 18 darter, but he'll take it. So 19, 13, 18.
96.
But we've seen John's average rise slowly. Adams drop a little bit. Must-win leg here for
44.
For Darth Maple.
$58.
The man from Toronto, Ontario, and John Part versus the Mortician
out of Parker, Arizona.
60.
Yep. I feel like the Mortician is almost creepier than the Reaper, you know?
Yeah.
60.
Yeah, I don't know how the Mortician would look on a dart shirt.
We'd have to remember how to spell it and stuff. Like that's tough to do.
92.
I'm a language arts teacher, and if you told me to spell Mortician right now, I'd probably get it wrong.
$82.
Good last start from John. The three-time world champ ahead in this leg. Adam knew as soon as he released that dart that was going in the wrong treble.
43.
I love the way that the players embrace the Nations Cup on their jerseys, too. They all have
46.
specialized versions of their jersey here. You can see Sabata with his typical Reaper look, but it's got the red, white, and blue.
With a national twist. Yep. Jeff Smith had a wonderful Canada jersey early, without a doubt.
Dougie Bame definitely has a USA themed jersey tonight.
42.
Hockey replica, but it is very nice. When you come up with an idea, it's great to see it received well and have people put that great fun spirit on it and twist on it.
I can see one of Sabata's sponsors is Disaster Darts. He's not doing that right now.
Junior require 111.
Great first start. Should get a look here. Hat tops.
71.
First starter double is high for John in this leg. This would be a devastating 142 checkout. That's not going to go.
$43. Junior require 40.
Leaves the daunted 99 if he comes back, but 40 left for part. Gonna have to move over. Oh, that's completely blocked now. Yeah, tough.
Adam, you require 99.
Not an affordable miss, but 99 can always be a little tricky. He's going to get a look at a double, but it'll only be one. He went for the triple 16,
51.
double 16.
Junior require
I like that
40.
with the switch from the 19s.
If you got an open bet and 2 darts, it's very viable.
Game shot on a full flag.
And there we go. Buff Maple gets a leg on the board.
Fifth leg, Adam a throw first. Game on. $57.
Sabata started hot, and he's starting to calm down that a little bit. And if John starts to find the gear that we know he still has in him,
82.
we should get really close really quickly. It's a good first start.
140.
Unlucky 140 there from Sabata. I know that typically you don't say things like that, but with where that first start was, it was very likely to get 180.
99.
It's the one thing that I have learned more than anything else when doing commentary and watching these guys play is where that first start lands for them is so viable to where 180 comes in.
28.
It must be said, Sabata's struggling a little on his scoring now. So these are those moments. These are the moments that John has been so, built a career on, and just keep putting pressure on. I mean, this is a leg that's being set up for John to steal.
It really is. He basically has the advantage here.
Down to the 19s.
99.
It's a good last start. That switch was a little bit interesting to the 19s, only because if you would have gone 20-20, you would have left the 25 to leave the 170. By switching to the 19s, he did not have that look anymore.
134. John, you require
Great darts to put pressure on this 136. There's the first one. Another one in there. Would have left double 8. Unlucky to get it kissed off the other way.
78.
So 84 left for Sabata.
Require 84.
It's going to be one dart.
22?
Yep.
Game shot
And he
on the
hits
fifth
it.
leg.
Big
Sabata.
double there for Adam Sabata.
Sixth leg, John a throw first. Game on.
Massive.
$85.
Race to 5 here, so Sabata one leg away from winning this match and getting the first point on the board for the U.S.
97.
He will face the winner of our next match in the gentleman Jim Long versus no-name Doug Bame.
$96.
PDC professional. And
Jim Long.
Jim Long. And this is how great Jim is, right?
92.
He played in the PDC last year and was still the Canada number 4 seed.
Yes, indeed.
For this year.
Indeed.
So
when he played, he performed well.
yes, he did.
78. 128.
Great switches there from Sabata. Again, loves those 18s.
$42.
A lot of players will have honey pots on the board that are not the 20s. His is the 18s, whereas Stowe Bunts the 19s. Same thing with Larry Butler, 19s. It's always nice to have a bailout number when you're struggling.
140.
Yeah, it's a point of confidence, and it's actually, you know, as we've seen Michael Van Gerwen, it's what makes good players great and great players legendary, is to have that
65.
reliable number.
Adam require
44 for the match. It's going to be 32 for a 14 darter. Double 8.
36.
Will he come back? Part on
Join the
135 and start on the bull.
135.
$85 left. Oh, tops for a big 135 to save the match for him so far. And he hits it! Big 135 checkout for John Part.
Jumper.
And the crowd goes wild, and worth
Seventh
every penny
leg,
paid for that
Adam
ticket to see the
first.
three-time
Game
world
on.
champ take out the 135.
The match was over if he didn't hit that. Massive.
An understatement by Sean Green. Massive.
And now he's finding some momentum.
180.
Darth Mabel throws in a 180 to start off this leg. Oh, look at this from Sabata.
180.
Follows with one of his own.
Russ Bray pouring it on.
The crowd wanted to hear another one.
I can't
59.
imagine that in John's bones he hasn't wanted on a dartboard anything as much as that in the last decade.
99.
Absolutely. Well, after all that, Sabata on 130 after 9. John Great switches to the 18s. Leaves the big
92.
fish.
I'm require 130.
Little fish versus the big fish. Needs that treble. Not going to get it.
44.
Leaves 86 if he
John,
returns.
you require 170.
Only thing better than the 135 is a 170. Oh, just high of that first wire.
96.
Does hit the big treble to put some pressure on this 86 from Sabata.
86.
This is for the match. Stay there. Is that in or?
I believe it is 72. So a double 7.
72. John, you require 74.
Well, he just hit the 135. 74 is nothing compared to that. It's only going to be one dart to save the match again. Oh,
54.
Drags it low this time.
And require 14.
Double 7 for the match.
Game.
And he hits
shot.
it.
And the
With the
match,
crowd.
Adam Sabata.
Behind him, Adam Sabata, 18 darter to win it. What a match that one was. My goodness, folks. See that last dart go in for Sabata. The crowd roaring behind him. Two great markers, and he finds it and gives a little fist pump there. But a great match, and man, I'm telling you what, it is always an honor to be able to call a match with John Part. And of course, Larry Butler before that. Two absolute legends of the game, and well-deserved for those CDC Hall of Fame inductions. So, folks, though, we are only halfway through this evening. We still got 4 great matches coming your way next, including our next one featuring the Canadian #4 seed in Jim Long taking on no name, Doug Bame. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with that and more right after this.
USA! Ladies and gentlemen, all right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last call for a 50-50 ticket. If you'd like to get into the 50-50 raffle, you can do so right by the door, and the drawing will commence, be done after the 7th match. Right before the final match, we do the draw. So your last chance.
Welcome back to the Cross Border Darts Challenge, streaming live from Deer Lake, Newfoundland, Canada.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Deer Lake, Newfoundland for the 2026 Cross Border Darts Challenge presented by Championship Darts Corporation. It's time to meet the players. From Buffalo, New York, USA, the 2022 CDC Continental Cup runner-up, please welcome No Name Doug Bame. And now, from London, Ontario, Canada, a Professional Darts Corporation Tour Card holder, a Continental Cup runner-up, a Cross-Border Darts Challenge runner-up, 6 times a CDC champion, please welcome the gentleman, Jim Long!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 4th annual Cross-Border Darts Challenge here in Deer Lake, Newfoundland. Sean Green once again joined by Anthony Eugenia. AE, it is now 3-1 as the U.S. got their first point on the board with Adam Sabata. But this matchup here is a rematch of one of my all-time favorite matches that I ever called in the CDC, the 2022 Continental Cup match between Doug Bame and Jim Long, where Dougie averaged 105.5.
Yeah, the history between these two is rich and deep, and we've seen some exciting darts from both of them, and
I'm looking forward to it.
So am I. And this is certainly one that you know, you could see, like you said, Sabata gets a point back for USA, so you can see Dougie in his USA hockey jersey there, looking for a golden goal of his own.
Yeah, I love that. The replica of the 80s and then
Yep.
this Olympics.
We just saw an 80s hockey jersey.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. We went up on stage and had a little fun with the crowd. We had Canadian jerseys and USA jerseys, and we got some cheers and booze. lots of fun.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And
First leg, Jim to throw
super
first.
sharp.
Game on.
I mean, these could easily have been the USA jerseys and the Canadian jerseys.
Yeah. And I will say, just to you know, note that Jim Long has been picked on social media and a few podcasts to win this event. So, you know, Jim's coming in as one of the favorites. He's the 4 seed on the Canadian side.
And that's without playing all the events.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, coming in as the 4. And what that does is puts him on the left side of the bracket, you know, so he's got Sabata, or, you know, I should just say the winner of this, you know, goes through and has Sabata.
Also gives him Leonard Gates.
You got Christie, Gates, Taylor on that other side. So those are the players that are fighting on that side. So certainly you can see a Jim Long in the final tomorrow. The
54.
only current North American PDC Tour card holder.
Yes.
And Jim was just in England playing 2 Pro Tour events at the beginning of the week and a European qualifier. He said he got home
42.
just enough to get fresh clothes, picked the wife up, and here we are in Newfoundland.
Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful
It's
area
pretty
where
sweet.
we are.
I was in the car with somebody today, and we had come in on a flight late last night, and dark, and we're traveling to the
62.
hotel today, and one of my car mates was like, "Hey, the sun's up. We should look at these beautiful snow-covered peaks. Like, this place is great."
Yeah, I said the exact same thing. I was like, this place looks a lot prettier during the daytime.
Indeed, it does.
140.
There's a 140 from Jim Long to
We're
give him
thrilled
first look.
to be here. The reception has been great.
It's incredible. You step outside during the break, and there's 50 people out there.
40. Jim, you require 84.
84 left for the gentleman. Now 24. This is for a 14-darter. And he
Game
hits the
shot in the
14-darter to
first
open up this one.
Jim Long, second leg duck to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, as we turn now into the second part of night one, this really seems like it's going to be a pivotal game in terms of the crowd and the reaction to the players coming up. We've got lots of hometown players to come up. Albert Ansty, Jacob Taylor, and originally from Newfoundland is Kylie Edmonds. So, if the USA thought it might be tough out there, it's only going to get that much tougher in a fun, spirited way. That crowd, they're absolutely lovely. They love this sport, and they're so happy to have this event here. They're out there having a great time, and they're just going to be good sports fans and cheer on their Canadian players.
I know tomorrow night's supposed to be the sellout night, but tonight is mostly sold out too at this point. There's very few empty seats out there, and it's really cool, the crowd's reaction to everything that's going on
82.
and everything else. And again, love this matchup, love both these players. Another two of the nicest gentlemen in the game.
123.
I mean, one of them was nicknamed the Gentleman, for goodness sake. And the other one let me nickname him No Name.
The no-name gracious fellow.
Jim just trying to put some pressure now on the 83 left from Dougie. And he does exactly that, leaves 38.
Dougie require 83.
Treble 17. It might only be one dart of the bull. It is a dart of the bullseye.
58.
Just a bit outside there for Dougie.
Jim, you require 38.
And the setup from the gentleman. He's going to split it. 32 left. That is a good marker.
Game shot, second leg. Jim Long.
And
That
it is
leg,
a
Jim,
break
to
of
throw
throw
first.
for the gentleman.
Game on.
He's gone 14 and 15. To start off this, the best start we've seen so far this evening.
As I just mentioned, Jim's fresh off playing against the best players in the world, and that, that puts you in a good state of mind.
You ain't a wolfin', which is my favorite phrase from the Outsiders.
96.
And it's been nice to see the gentlemen have some success as well over there. Especially straight away last year.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean, iron sharpens iron. You got to be on your game every week when you're in every match when you're playing against the best in the world. So that floor for the gentleman has really risen because it's had to.
85.
You don't average 90, they have no chance of winning a match over there.
And it permeates everything you do to be in that atmosphere. The way you conduct your preparation, the way you go about your business. As you said, you have to learn how to swim, or you'll sink. So it forces you to push past what you thought your boundaries might be.
45.
And only 45 there from Dougie, who had another special walk-on song this evening. This one was written by a Newfoundlander.
Really?
Yep.
40.
And his friend used to sing it to him, he said, so that's why he picked that one.
$41.
And only 41 there, so the gentleman back in control of this leg. Treble 20 will leave an out. Hits that.
99.
Leaves 160. Dougie back on 234. No Name is another player that got a taste of Madison Square Garden the first year
55.
and has been chomping at the bit to get back there.
160.
Yeah, he kicked off that Friday night and looked very much at home. Crowd work was great. Interactions with everybody really had everything. And you know, in all fairness, did not play that poorly.
No, he played the champion.
Yes, he did.
$59.
Only
Jimmy
59 there from Dougie.
requires
So 75
75
left for the gentleman to take a 3-0 lead. It'll be one dart at tops.
35. Dougie require 120.
Well, Dougie used to play darts in Japan, and this is the Shanghai checkout.
This is true.
And he's not going to get it.
100. Jamie require 40.
Tops for the gentleman.
Game shot in the third leg. Jim Long.
Gets it.
Full flag, Doug to throw first.
Worst leg of the match for both players, but
Jim did the work.
yep, got the job done at the end of the day. Doug just trying to find the trebles. We've said this when it's been 3-0 earlier, which is, I think this is the third time out of the 5 matches that we've had that situation, weirdly enough, that this is a must-win leg.
Indeed.
140.
There's a good 140.
And Doug's responding in kind.
Of course,
140.
Hall of Fame referee Russ Bray on the call. The voice. And I think it has to be said that there are players that have wanted Russ Bray to be the referee of their match that are here tonight that's never had that experience before, that are getting that experience for the first time as almost one of those bucket list items as a dart player. And that can lead to a little bit of extra adrenaline or
yeah, some extra thoughts in the brain.
I really want him to say F a 180 call, like when I'm playing the match. You know, like
yeah,
that's just going to be in their mind.
Those first two go in. I'm going to make them say it. I'm going to make them say it.
Well, that was a bad setup play there from Dougie. Had 170, leaves 113. Just checking in, making sure that
Dougie require
he threw that right dart on the last one. 113 opportunity. The gentleman has 128 left if he gets a look.
At a minimum, he's got to walk away with a 1 dart look.
92 left. Now 32.
97. Jamie require 128.
Just a bit inside. So there's 128. All right. Triple 20 for Bull. Bullseye. Jim Long. Just
83.
a bit outside.
Dougie requires 16.
All right. Dougie to get a leg on the board.
Game
And there
shot
it
and a
is.
full flag.
Double 8 goes right
Doug Bame.
between the pipes.
Fifth flag, Jim to throw first. Game on. '83.
'83 opening from the gentleman from London, Ontario.
One runner, 40.
Just out there, suburbs of Chicago. Or, just Chicago.
Well,
Of Toronto. Where did Chicago even come into play there?
One
Midwest guy, a whole bunch of them cities
Holy
are up
goodness.
there. I'm an East Coaster. I don't know what's close to the Canadian border. I'm like, oh, goodness, he's close to Chicago. I would have bought that hook, line, and sinker.
Oh, ridiculous. And actually, these two players are really close to each other, even though one's Canadian, one's American, as Dougie's from Buffalo, New York. The gentleman.
That's a 180 for the gentleman, Jim Long.
And that's after Dougie went 140, 140 on the start, and you might even get a look at a checkout. He wanted a 180 there. 140, 140, 140.
Jim, you require
That's the way you
98.
do it. What a leg of darts from these two.
That's just below. Not going to take it out here.
78.
Leaves double 10 when he returns.
Dougie require 81.
81.
Are we going 15s or are we going 19s? Okay, 62 remaining, 12 for Bull. Bullseye for No Name.
49.
A fortuitous miss, quite a bit
Jim, you
outside, but
require
double
20.
16 if he gets a look.
Game
First
shot on the
start
fifth
for Jim
flag.
Long. Holds
Jim
his
Long.
throw in leg 5.
Six
puts
leg
him
Doug
on the
to throw
precipice.
first. Game
Best
on.
leg of the match so far with 13 darts thrown.
And that's the time to do that.
And that would have been huge for Doug to break the throw, too.
93.
Both of them are starting to heat up. Problem is, Dougie might be too far behind to do anything about it.
33. $55.
And only 55 there from Bame.
Jim Long looking to punish.
One runner, 40.
Oh, he knew.
They do. They want Dress Bray to say the do is 180 call. You can just tell.
$83.
Now the business at hand is for Jim Long to set himself up. Looking for 2 triples. Gets 2 triples.
One runner, 40.
Doesn't quite leave the finish there, but puts Dougie in a tough spot.
$54.
Long 6 starts from 188 to win the match. And he is just punishing this leg.
One runner, 40.
140, 140, 140 after the 33 start. On 48 after 12. And unfortunately, this might be Doug's last 3 darts in this tournament.
58. Jim, you require 48.
8 for tops.
Eight score.
And it's not over with yet.
Dougie
Dougie
Bame
require
in with the shout.
158.
He's not going to be happy after that first one.
45. Jim, you require 40.
For the match.
Right against the wire. Good guide. Oh, just toss it in there. Oh, my
Wow.
goodness.
Score.
Splits the uprights.
Doug, you require 113.
That's the Dart God saying, there you go, Doug.
We're not done yet.
Looking down to start. Tops.
73.
And he bends that wire.
Jim, you require
Long to
40.
Finally vanquished Doug Bame. Across the board, double 10.
20.
Oh, Dougie Bame, some life still in the old boy.
Doug, you require
Double
40.
top to stay alive here in the last 16.
I don't think they could bend that wire anymore. Double 10. And it goes in
Bame
for Dougie
shot
Bame.
on a
Stays
6 flag.
steadfast,
That Bame.
holds his
7th
nerve.
leg, Jim, the throw first. Game on.
6
No.
match starts come and gone for Jim Long.
Now it's all in front of Doug Bame.
140.
Breaking a hold, and he's forcing a decider, but that is no easy task. Got to deep down, reach deep down and
44.
just find a game that we've only seen glimpses of in this match, but we know is there.
58.
And at the same time, Long is right around 89 on the average, right around 89, 90, and has been there the majority of the time. Almost quietly.
100. $85.
Doug's just got to sharpen up right here.
$45.
Unfortunately, unable to do so. So, gentlemen, 6 starts from 218.
Indeed, Jim in a good position, looking to take a bite out of this, and he's going to take a chomp.
140.
He has the only 180 in this match. Bame for the 180.
140.
Dougie.
Jimmy requires
Dougie was
78.
willing that in.
20. Tops.
Game. Shot.
Well done by
And the match.
the gentleman.
Jim Long.
Puts Doug Bame away 5 legs to 2. And we will see the Canadian 4 seed take on the American 1 seed in Adam Sabata, Long Sabata, tomorrow night in finals night.
I can tell you this, that's going to be another great, fantastic matchup tomorrow night. Whoever's making that schedule is going to have a tough battle ahead of them, that's for sure. Well, 2 matches are set for tomorrow night. David Cameron, Jeff Smith, Adam Sabata, Jim Long. Who is going to get to tomorrow night? Our next matchup is going to be a great one, as it features the Newfoundlander, Albert Ansty, as he takes on the Neon Nightmare.
This is
Stowe
going to be
Bunts.
very interesting to see this walk on.
Yeah, don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with that matchup right after this.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at AZDarts today.
Welcome back to the Cross Border Darts Challenge, streaming live from Deer Lake, Newfoundland, Canada.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Deer Lake, Newfoundland for the 4th annual Cross Border Darts Challenge presented by Championship Darts Corporation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, making his second Cross-Border Darts Challenge appearance. He is a hometown hero from Burin Peninsula, Newfoundland. Please welcome the Islander, Albert Ansty. And now, a 9-time CDC champion, including 3 consecutive, the 2023 Continental Cup champion, from Portsmouth, Virginia, USA, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Neon Nightmare, Stowe Bunts!
We are celebrating the good times because there is no place we would rather be than here in Newfoundland. I'm Sean Green, joined once again by Anthony Eugenia. It's the 2026 Cross Border Darts Challenge, and we have had some great matchups so far, AE, and we got a doozy in this one with our first hometown hero here in Albert Ansty.
We've got a Newfie parade coming up, and it starts with Albert Ansty, player who, as you could tell, an older gentleman, right?
Yep.
Is a player with a pedigree that goes way back.
Absolutely.
When the BDO/WDF circuit was more intact, was actually ranked top 10 in the world at one point. Stepped away for a bit. I'm sure he played a lot here locally, but not internationally and nationally. And a couple years ago, decided to give the CDC a try, and I had to be brought up to speed on his resume. And he quickly showed everybody what kind of a dart player he is. And he's, again, it's been a night where we can't convey how nice some of these guys are. And Albert falls under that category.
And
game on!
The moment that he was able to experience with this home crowd cheering for him like that as he got on the stage is it's amazing. It's one of those things that's going to stay. That's what I'm going to take away is those types of moments here.
Absolutely, and I will tell you, in his own way, and each and every player has this
28.
contribution in their own ways. They all contribute to us doing things like this, right? Consistently playing, being dedicated to the tour, performing well. It all adds up to helping us create these opportunities.
And it has been a wonderful evening so far here in Newfoundland. Albert is actually from
45.
the Burin Peninsula in Newfoundland. He wanted to make sure that I just said the whole peninsula. It looks like a boot there, and it's actually it's actually right across the way is a French territory where they actually have to do customs and stuff like that, and it's just right across a small little area for him.
Oh boy!
Showed me all that, and he's got a lot of family here tonight, right? And that's
100.
And a lot of these Newfoundlanders do. They have family that's here, kids, wife, friends that would not otherwise be able to see these players play live. And I know that that's also part of the special experience for them. And then, of course, you have the Neon Nightmare in Stowe Bunts, who we cannot say enough great things about. 9-time CDC event champion, Continental Cup champion, and
85.
of course Grand Slam quarterfinalist.
Yeah, and he's a pretty player to watch when everything is going right. When it all hits
46.
its peak, he's a
Correction,
thing of
42.
beauty, and it's a symphony to watch Stowe Bunts play at his best.
60.
Let's see if he goes the 19s route here. 2 treble 19s will leave 24. He doesn't get the first one in there.
43.
And only 43 there from Stowe after the 3 ton plus rounds in a row. Albert can put some pressure on this.
100. Stowe, you require 95.
Stowe making sure they cheer louder for him. For Albert, that is.
Now, on one hand, you want to say, Stowe, that's maybe not the smartest thing to do, but
71.
I think
Albert, you
I think
require
Stowe
83.
can probably keep it in perspective, and some players would be able to handle it, some players may not, and I think Stowe would just have fun with it. 9. Yep.
74.
Yeah, drags that one inside. So
Stowe, you require 24. Game
Stowe on
shot
24
in the first
before
leg. Stowe.
our referee Trish Grezzik can even get out what he had
Second leg,
left.
Stowe to throw first. Game
That
on.
one goes to Stowe.
85.
Albert just looking for something to get the crowd going, which is all he needs. One big throw
59.
to really jolt that momentum back into his favor. You can hear the people cheering for him back there. One of the most interesting things that I've seen so far since being in Newfoundland, and especially here, is the statue of the Rubik's Cube that rotates out front of our venue. And I still just want to know what the storyline of that is.
I have not seen that yet. I need to go investigate.
It's right at the entrance. It's a giant Rubik's Cube.
Well, I have a special pass. I get in the back, so I haven't been out in the front with the
There you go. There you go. Fair. Well, otherwise you're going to have to do those autographs and stuff like that.
140.
That all the players are definitely doing. Great 140 there from Stowe.
Yeah, we had a wonderful meet and greet last night down at Langer's, and then this afternoon we had a meet and greet for the local youth, and that went just wonderfully. You can see a little clip of that on our social media, and we took some coverage of that, so we hope to show you some more of that. But the players lined up and took photos and signed autographs with youth players that came in, and it was just fantastic. Ansty on a bogey, so Bunts guaranteed to come back with a look at his 78.
He broke the throw of Albert in the first leg.
Requires 78.
So this is for a hold a throw. 24.
Back over to 2 6s.
72.
All
Albert,
right.
you require
so
113.
Albert in with the chance here. $93 remaining. So 74. He'll have 60 left if he gets a look.
53.
Let's see. Does Bunts go right for it? Is he going to play around and chop it down a bit?
He should go right for it. It's one of those where typically he's fine because he gets that double one.
Game
and
shot
he loves
in
the top of that
second
board.
leg. Stowe Bunts.
There you go.
Third leg. Albert to throw first.
And I
Game
love it.
on.
He looked back at the crowd almost like I got you that time, because they were.
Oh, they were anticipating a miss.
You see him smiling back there at that moment.
82.
Now this is the other side of things, right? If you got all those people here to watch you and the crowd behind you, and you go down 2-0 early,
66.
the pressure that kind of will become a little bit extra.
Indeed, you're looking to not let people down. You're looking to entertain them. But I highly suspect that Albert's been through a match or two.
60.
Well, you can look up the World Cup back in the early 90s. Albert was part of Team Canada, the World Cup winning Team Canada. And he has long hair and a mustache.
You don't say.
It is interesting. Just a wee lad.
92.
Good last start there from Albert. And here's Stowe.
140.
Of course, shout out to, we saw Hall of Famer Larry Butler earlier on stage, his son James standing there scoring for Trish.
100.
This crowd is cheering for anything positive that Albert's doing.
They will take a nugget from Albert and run with it.
100. Albert, you require
One of those situations where on paper,
167.
Stowe's definitely the favorite, but Albert is definitely the fan favorite. Triple 19. Bullseye for a huge moment.
This will raise the roof.
He hits it!
Shot in the third leg. Albert Ansty. Fourth leg. Stowe to throw first. Game on.
Albert Ansty with the roof raising 167 to hold his throw in leg number 3, and the fight is on.
She's shush.
Isn't that the polite Canadian
That was.
referee? Bless you, Trish.
Oh. You know, that's actually a move I do with my students at school. My technique is waterfall, and every time I say waterfall, they shush. So they make the sound of the waterfall, but it shushes themselves. It's wonderful. It works about 20% of the time, though.
60.
Highly effective.
Comparatively speaking, yes.
So this is a big opportunity here that's opened up for Albert. Against the throw, Stowe Bunts is giving
140.
Yeah, and Albert Ansty takes the opportunity in front of him. Now he's going to look for
95.
the tidy ton at a minimum to set up the big fish. If he can get more, all the better, but just to keep it up and down, and he doesn't do that.
That's okay. He'll take 2 big trebles. And he does that.
129.
129.
And
80.
to keep momentum as
Keep the
switch.
momentum. Keep the big mo on his side. Albert Ansty comes to the Yaki with 141. Now it's just set up work. He's got the space and the time. He'll come back, but he needs a triple.
59.
So now it's how much pressure can Stowe put on that 82?
He's looking at the math here real quick. Yep, something he does
60.
better than most.
Albert, you require 82.
It's that 60 to ensure that finish of a 157.
Put himself in a tough spot. Double 12. Ansty buries the 12 right in the middle of the bed.
That time will break a throw for Albert.
Just watch Stowe.
5th leg.
What does one do
Albert
in that
to throw
moment?
first.
Just keep your feet on the ground.
Game on.
This is what bringing the cross-border to Canada was all about.
Absolutely. And we're not just talking about the crowd size, which is massive too. Stowe struggling a little bit now.
46.
Not something we see out of Stowe very often.
But it's there, a derail possibility. We haven't seen him. We haven't seen that from Stowe. You know, in all fairness, and probably on a CDC perspective in 3 years.
Absolutely. And folks, if you think this one's loud,
125.
Jacob Taylor is only from about 300 kilometers away. It's about 3 hours away versus Albert, who's 6.5. So you're going to see the crowd be even louder for the truth, Jacob Taylor, who is absolutely a fan favorite.
95.
This audience is trying to nearly will.
140.
Good 140 from Stowe. But yes, they are. This would be one of those where if we did an interview on stage after the match was over, Albert would be like, it's the crowd got me there if it was Albert.
They gave me the push. And a murmur comes over the crowd.
Opportunity now for Stowe.
Even with that misstep,
58.
I mean, Albert's right there. You know, 132 is no gimme. So 2 triple scoring wedges. He's got to follow that up.
100. Stowe,
Okay,
you require
116, 76
132.
would have been just that much more pressure, but all right. Triple 19 to go back to Bull. Back up tops.
52.
All right,
Albert,
so
you
look at
require
this. Let's see if
116.
Albert's going to, I think old school will go in 20s. Could go 19s, but I think he's starting up top. Eyes are up. There you go, 16 for tops. Tops for Albert Ansty to take the lead.
Yes, sir.
Fifth leg. Albert Ansty.
The hometown hero right now. And Albert Ansty, 3 on the spin. And
Sixth
the roar
leg.
of this
Stowe to
crowd.
throw first. Game on.
Stowe is looking just to quiet that.
Now you gotta, I see the open neck, but still I want to ask, is the collar getting a little tight for Stowe Bunts? I mean, listen to that crowd. You know, this is, you talked earlier about, you know, a few must-win scenarios that we've seen this evening. You feel just based on, you know, momentum, it's his own throw. This is one that Stowe Bunts has got to put away.
Oh, absolutely. And I think he had fun with the crowd early on.
114.
He's let Albert have a few moments here, and Joe's been happy to do that. Now you can see a different demeanor on his face right this second.
Well, it's all fun in games until you realize the crowd is actually against you.
And actually helping.
Yes.
Listen to
60.
this. It is shaking the camera. How loud.
Quiet down just a bit.
Yes, Mom.
82.
Well, that's unfair of me. She's the referee.
That's fair.
She's in charge. That's her job.
Why is it now all of a sudden doing this? There it goes.
45.
Stowe.
I think the lights
Stowe,
were
you
yeah.
require
literally
139.
flickering.
And that's what he's like, I don't care if you guys yell.
Good man. He's right on top of his math.
91.
It's being a good man right on top of their math.
Yeah, I mean, this is
58. Stowe, you require
the
48.
leg that Stowe needed to put in. Double 8.
32.
He missed that first start.
But he really can't. Don't even, because of the crowd factor, don't even let Albert anywhere near this. He's got to put it away when he comes back up here. No shenanigans with this.
He's already hit
100. Stowe, you require
116.
16.
It's a good marker.
Game
There it is.
shot in the 6 legs.
Yeah,
Still
exactly. It's just from a Stowe's perspective, you've got to quiet that
Seventh
crowd down
leg.
a little bit. And, you
Albert
know,
to throw first.
essentially,
Game
yeah,
on.
we're all back to square, leg 7, and it's Albert's throw.
$85.
85 start for Albert.
$134.
We know how effective Stowe Bunts can be down there on those 19s.
Albert is a Canadian Hall of Famer for darts.
60.
He's also one of the few players that does not have a Facebook page. Luckily, his son, Albert Ansty Jr., does. And has the same name, so that was easy to find. Yeah, Albert wanted to make sure to say that the entire peninsula where he lives is major supporters of him.
60.
It's in his namesake and his walk-on song, The Islander. He is very proud to be a
45.
Newfie, as he should be.
Indeed. No problems with that. No qualms there.
And based on where I saw he lives, it's got to be beautiful.
This third one's got to go in.
100.
he's got to push back now on the reversal of a little momentum from Stowe. Big opening to this leg by Stowe.
90.
Good last start. The bonus extra 25. And the pressure.
So you require 95.
He seemed to physically will that over the line, will that into that third triple.
And Stowe does not get
39.
a dart at a double, so
Albert,
that
you
180
require
timed
16.
beautifully.
How quickly the tide has turned in this 7th and pivotal leg. To hold this throw, Albert Ansty needs double 8. Inside, good marker though. A little too over adjustment, double 4.
8. Stowe, you require 56.
He got the reprieve and then did not capitalize on it. You can't give Stowe too many opportunities here. That is dead center. This is going in. Tops.
Game
Death
shot
taxes
in the
and tops for
7th
Stowe
leg.
Bunts.
Stowe Bunts.
And I think Albert may have hurt his hand. We see a
8th
little
leg.
blood on
Yep.
the 5.
Someone's bleeding.
Stowe to throw first. Game on. $101.
You had game 6 of the 2004 ALCS with the bloody sock of Kurt Schilling. Now we got the bloody dartboard.
What a beautiful.
121.
It was beckoning for a third.
Yes, it was.
Stowe's turning it on a bit.
100.
Stowe throwing for the match here. To defeat
100.
Albert and the entire audience.
I've not witnessed 1 versus 400 before.
You're witnessing it here.
100.
This conflict is called a person versus society conflict in literature.
140 is absolutely must. Yeah, that good setup.
100.
Just ever so slightly behind Bunts. So Albert sort of needs this. He needs a trebleless visit.
96.
Stowe gets that third one in there, but
A lot of pressure Albert can put on.
a ton would do, honestly. So if he can just keep them straight up and down, pick up 1 triple. Now the pressure's on.
60. Stowe, you require 104.
This is for the match. Stowe lapped at himself there as he does not leave a finish after the first start, but
80.
does
Albert, you
clean it up to
require
lead 24 if
120.
this Shanghai does not go for Ansty.
120 beckons for Ansty to tie it up. 2 chances at the triple. Moves over to get a better look at the bed.
Stowe, you require 24.
24 for the match for Stowe Bunts.
Two sixes.
18. Albert, you require 20.
He rushed it.
He did. Pulled it just slightly. So to push us to a deciding leg, Albert Ansty needs double 10.
Game shot in the 8th
Puts it in the upper corner.
Albert Ansty.
We're going the distance, folks.
And for Albert, he has the throw here in this
Your
last
9th
leg.
and final leg. Albert to throw first. Game on.
Will set the tone for this leg in these first 3.
Good last start.
91.
See how Stowe responds. He had 3 match starts come and gone already.
45.
Only 45 there to start off for Stowe. Advantage Islander. The nerves for sure. You can see that first start was miles off.
44.
And I don't blame him.
The struggles continue for Stowe Bunts.
Something you do not see very often. Let's also mention that for the Nations Cup, this is a big,
just looking at that,
big match.
95.
It almost puts it out of reach. A slip there from Ansty, opens up the door here for Stowe, and eventually Stowe's going to hit something big. And there it is.
136.
136 from Stowe.
Let's remind ourselves. All right, so the winner of this takes on Edmonds Lindberg, yet to be determined. That'll close the night out.
That's 2 in. Just to leave 100. Unbelievable timing from Albert Ansty once again.
That's a 180 for the Islander.
And all Stowe can do is put pressure on. He does that.
Albert, you require 100.
This for the match.
But what a good setup from Stowe Bunts. That certainly showed some poise.
Oh, tops. This would be massive.
He hits it! Shot and the match.
Albert Ansty dispatches the number 2 seed on the USA side, Stowe Bunts, and puts a near stranglehold on the Nations Cup for Team Canada and brings half of the island to its feet.
Wins the last 2 legs on the spin. Absolutely brilliant darts there from Albert Ansty. And the Islander moves on to tomorrow night, where it's going to be just as loud then as it is now. AE, this crowd is brilliant. The Albert played beautifully there to get it done. 18 darts the last 2 legs. You can't say enough about it. Absolutely wonderful.
Absolutely. This crowd is going to leave with memories of tonight they'll never forget. Albert Ansty, he's hit a 167. Yep. Tops to close out Bunts. I mean, I don't know how much more you could ask. Just this is why we came here, and Albert Ansty delivers. What a way.
Wow. Well, listen, next one is going to be just as massive. Jacob Taylor, the Truth, also a newfie, taking on the defending champion in Leonard Gates. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back with more from the Cross Border Darts Challenge right after this.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
Welcome back to the Cross Border Darts Challenge, streaming live from Deer Lake, Newfoundland, Canada.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Deer Lake, Newfoundland, for the 2026 Cross Border Darts Challenge, brought to you by Championship Darts Corporation. It's time to introduce the players for our next match. He is a four-time CDC champion. He is a hometown hero. Ladies and gentlemen, from Foresters Point, Newfoundland, please welcome the Truth, Jacob Taylor. He is the reigning Cross Border Darts Challenge champion. He is a two-time Continental Cup champion and a 13-time CDC main event champion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Houston, Texas, USA, Soldier Leonard Gates.
What a night we have had so far, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the 4th annual CDC Cross-Border Darts Challenge here in Deer Lake, Newfoundland. I am Sean Green. I'll be joined once again by my partner in comms, Anthony Eugenia. But do we have a big matchup here? Jacob Taylor, the truth. Newfie Proud has been on his jersey for years. He is from 300 kilometers away, or about 3 hours away for those in the States. And if you thought it was loud for Albert, I think it's going to be louder for Jacob, if I'm going to be honest with you. And I think that's going to be the truth. But, of course, he's taking on Soldier, Leonard Gates, our defending champion of the CDC Cross-Border Darts Challenge. Winningest player in the CDC history with 13 individual titles, main event titles, 2 Continental Cup championships, and then, of course, last year's Cross-Border Darts Challenge champion. Their averages overall in the CDC history, and that's 333 matches for Leonard, 208 matches for Jacob Taylor.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Leonard to throw first.
87.41 for Jacob Taylor, 87.39 for Leonard Gates. I don't know how much closer it can get than that. I also want to throw out a little nuance. The player that has won the bowl has won every match so far. And we just saw Leonard Gates going first there.
41.
Get a good look at the throw there from Jacob Taylor. And from Leonard Gates here from the side profile.
85.
As we are rocking and rolling.
140.
Big 140 there from Jacob Taylor. AE, the crowd is electric.
They're still just surfing on a high out there. They were buzzing to get Taylor up on that stage, and they just want to catapult after that Ansty win. It literally is electric.
140.
Absolutely, and we obviously did have to replace the board with from that last match, and I did take a picture of the board because it is now infamous in CDC lore and legend.
I'm sure it's going to find a home somewhere here on the island.
I'm sure it will. Maybe about 6.5 hours away.
36.
Only 46 there from Soldier. So the truth, an opportunity to pounce early.
96.
96 from the truth. Leonard with 6 starts from 214. You'd fancy him for that.
100.
As we heard his resume on the walk-on, he is the reigning cross-border champion, winning it in Hollywood last April, and
83.
also a 2-time Continental
That
Cup
is require
champion.
140.
The only player to hold both titles at once.
And plus, he wore his hater blockers.
92.
Way to hater blockers.
Well, especially when you're going against Jacob Taylor in Newfoundland.
Require 93.
Indeed. And he was showing you where the fans at. I love it.
Bullseye.
Game
and he
shot
pins the
the
bullseye.
first
Pops the
leg.
balloon, does Jacob Taylor
Jake
in the first
Taylor.
leg with a 93 checkout, and it's a break
Second
throw
leg, Jake to throw first.
right away.
Game
For
on.
the truth.
As if Team USA wasn't in enough of a pickle.
58.
Technically, if they lose another match.
Indeed. I looked at it already.
Yep.
Green, calm down.
I'm just saying.
Don't be renouncing
100.
the USA citizenship just yet, Green.
Oh, I'm not. Oh, I'm not. I am proud to be an American.
But yes, indeed, to your
140.
statement, yes, the USA is completely up against it.
$60.
And I know that this is our first year in the 4 years being in over the border in Canada. I can easily say that this is by far the most of a hometown advantage that we're going to see in those 4 years. Jersey City had a good crowd, good sized crowd.
Oh, we had Joey
One
Lenal was in the crowd, a local guy.
And then, of
Indiana.
course, Michigan City, Indiana was a great crowd.
And Danny Lauby.
Yep. And then L.A. was another great crowd. But obviously that one was more a streaming aspect and streaming location, although it was really, really cool and fantastic. This one, 350 strong.
38.
Proud.
Jacob
Canadians.
require 158.
Jake for the 158.
Game shot in the second leg. Jake Taylor.
I'll be honest,
Third
we haven't seen
leg,
this in a while
Leonard
from Jake,
throw
but Jake
first.
is a momentum
Game on.
player.
Yep.
We've seen him go on rolls, and I wonder if that Ansty win got Jacob, fired up.
100.
I don't know how you can't go off that walk-on and Jake had after Albert and the crowd that rooting for Albert and not be fired up.
81.
And I don't know if you recall years ago coming right out of COVID, and that's a lot of how Jacob, it's how he got his nickname. We'll go into that, and then sort of how he made his reputation was those online games that became so popular in COVID, and he was putting up numbers that literally people did not believe it, right?
Yep.
So when they got a chance to see him in person and see that he could put up those numbers on a consistent basis, it was like, is it true? He's the truth, and that's how his nickname. But we interviewed him around that time. We had an online series ourselves, and he won it. And we spoke. I spoke to him afterwards, and I wanted to get a little taste of he's like, I've never played off this island.
Right.
He's like, the competition is so good here.
Yep.
That I have never, played off of this island, and I've still played essentially some real world-class talent.
And that's the truth. And
I
mean, his weekly league is like a 6 or 7 person team. They play 1,001 with 5 people playing on each side.
Top 26 over the top.
But he will return. And it's just, and he gushes talking about the friendships that he has. And that's some pressure now on Soldier for tops, but Soldier does love tops. And there's that.
Just taking a breath, trying to just block it out. Keep focused at the task at hand.
Game shot on a third leg.
That's the prescription.
Full flag, Jake to throw first.
You put in the
Game
doubles,
on.
you quiet the crowd.
Yep.
But I mean, certainly a pivotal hold of throw there for Gates.
1,000% needed it.
81.
Yeah, this crowd was just priming themselves for these last 3 matches of the evening tonight.
85.
A good stroke of luck that a lot of the locals were up in the second half.
Yep. Yeah, that's what it was. Good stroke of luck. And we still have one more originally from Newfoundland coming up next, and Kylie Edmonds taking on Nick Lindberg.
Hot as a pistol.
140.
He is playing phenomenally.
123.
His own 2 darts, the enemy of the third. Going downstairs.
137.
Absolutely beautiful.
$140. Jacob require 42.
Double 16.
10 score.
And this is now an opportunity for Leonard that he has to
Leonard
take advantage
require
of.
108.
I think he's going 19s. Yep, he needs a triple. Double 16.
Game shot on a
Big
full
108
flag.
checkout from Leonard Gates.
Leonard Gates. Fifth
That's
leg,
a
Leonard to
reigning
throw
champion
first.
right there.
Game on.
Break a throw right back, and we're back on throw. These gentlemen have played each other 6 times in the past, and the head-to-head is going to surprise you a little
60.
bit. It favors Jacob Taylor.
I would not have guessed that. I would have said maybe square or, you know, one or two in Gates' advantage. So lay it on me. What's the numbers?
Yeah, and honestly, so Leonard in 2022, the first year of Jacob Taylor, 7-6 victory for Leonard in the semifinals.
55.
Then, of event 5 and event 4, 6-1 victory for Jacob Taylor. They played each other in the Continental Cup in 2023, in which Jacob Taylor beat Leonard Gates in the first round 6-1.
45.
And then Leonard defeated him earlier in that one 7-2. And then in 2024, which is the last time they played each other, Jacob Taylor won both those matches 6-5 and 6-2
140.
over Leonard Gates. And their averages are right around where their averages are here. Jacob right around 90 and Leonard right around 88 is where he stands against Jacob all time.
140.
Yeah, this is champion darts. This is a champion not looking to, who's not going to give up his crown easy. We just saw Gates take a 108.
66.
Can he match
Leonard
it
require
with a
106.
Parrot, I should say. 86. 68 left.
92.
Stays there to leave double 7. Leonard sometimes plays into the guys that it doesn't matter what double it is. It's a
Leonard
double,
to
and I'm gonna shoot
require
at it.
14.
Yeah, I think if Jacob didn't put in that second triple, he might have split it, but he's got to go straight for it. Or is he still considering splitting it?
I think just waiting for the crowd a little bit just to get kind of used to it.
Game shot on a 5th leg.
And he hits it and
Leonard Gates.
gives some fist pumps to the
6th
crowd.
leg, Jake to throw first.
3 on the spin for
Game on.
Soldier.
$41.
Opens the door for Gates.
60.
Hispanic. Come on, Gator.
Come on, Gator. Leonard doesn't fully take advantage of that opening, so this leg is still in play
60.
on both sides.
Jacob from Foresters Point, Newfoundland. And Leonard Gates is
55.
arguably the best player in the United States at both soft tip and steel tip darts.
Mr.
combined.
Gates?
Yes.
Yeah.
He is currently at a major tournament, sitting on the king seat of it, that I also do commentary for. It's a soft tip tournament. He's won about everything that you can think of, soft tip and steel, including going overseas.
60.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's world class, world championship level in terms of soft tip. And I mean that respectfully. Like, you know, like when he will travel, he's royalty in terms of that discipline. And I would talk about that a lot. We've talked about 2 of the 3 Hall of Famers.
Yep.
Let's talk about the 3rd, Darren Young. Darren,
absolutely.
You know, not just his successes, but it was what's always impressed me was his ability to play any style of darts. I call them disciplines. What we're looking at here, people call English steel tip. Yep. Some parts of the U.S. Then there's an American darts, which is Pennsylvania, Ohio, parts of Western New York, and it's what a lot of people know with the wooden darts, Witties.
And he's the greatest of all time.
And that's clearly, we're talking Babe Ruth level in that discipline.
Double 10.
Game shot.
And it's 3-3.
Yeah, Gates. Taylor gets the crowd going.
7th leg,
The
Leonard to
momentum
throw
back a little
first.
bit.
Game on.
And we're on par for Leonard Gates. And just to tie it to where we talked about Leonard and Darren, we saw Darren go in some of those big the world stages and stuff. So Darren, across 3 disciplines of darts has been highly successful, and that's a lot of what puts him in the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely.
Made a ton of finals. Was always at the top of I think he was CDC #1
134.
Quite a few years. And again, a steadfast of when we founded this company. So congratulations to Darren Young, getting in the Hall of Fame. So to tie that together now, maybe Gates has taken that mantle about like the, overall disciplines of, not just playing well, but excelling.
Yeah, and I mean, Gates is in his 50s and playing better than I think he ever has, or at least close to it, especially in steel tip. He's playing the best he ever has steel tip wise. I think that going overseas a couple times and realizing that the math can hurt more than anything else, and you just got to learn it. You got to get that extra dart, and I give him a lot of credit because although he slips from time to time, he has significantly improved on his counting. 64 left. Bullseye.
Come on, Gator.
80.
Yeah, and he's saying, come on, Gator, because Jacob Taylor at 67. Huge opportunity to break the throw at the biggest time. Same shot.
We saw him hit the bull earlier.
Game shot in the
Taylor,
7th leg.
Second bull finish.
Jake Taylor.
Breaks
8th leg. Jake to throw first. Game on.
He strides to the Aki with a chance to knock out the USA #3.
83.
Yeah, Jacob Taylor, another player that just did not play a full season last season, which is why he was not in the top 4. $140. Soldier has to attack here. The good news, if he does break the throw, he will have the throw in the last league decider.
123.
But he has to break the throw first, and the truth is trying to stop that right now.
$100.
I'm actually a little surprised we've not had a 180 in this match, and these are 2 of the top 180 hitters on the CDC. $140. Leonard Gates does a great job. Goes 140, 100, 140 to leave 121 after 9. Jacob not on a finish, so Leonard will get a look at that. But that's a good last start from Jacob Taylor.
We may be going to Noble, but yeah, really good last start from Jacob to put some pressure on Leonard. So 17s, bullseye.
And he pops the balloon to send us to a last leg decider.
Leonard Gates.
We're going to Noble.
And final leg, Leonard to throw first. Game on.
The largest checkout, minus the 158 from Taylor in leg #2.
60.
And only a 60 start. And Taylor taking advantage of it.
121.
That's a good first start from Soldier.
180.
And that's a 180 from Leonard Gates.
Like you said there, for 2 heavy hitters.
100.
Is that the first or the second?
That is the first.
That's the first. What a deciding leg we've got here in front of us.
Yeah,
59.
That's one of those where Leonard did the bad math. Which switched on the 19th on second dart. You cannot leave a finish.
He may just get away with it though, but
40.
that's what that 180 did for him. But you're right, and like you said, more in steel tip. You see how those slight blips can really have an impact.
83.
Like that one right there, he would have left 159 if he would have missed the last dart. Oh no.
26.
Bad time for a 40.
Leonard
followed by
require
26.
119.
Gates has 6 darts from 119 for the match.
62.
Yes.
$48 or 46.
Yep, 46 left.
46. So the 10-6 wedge.
44 left.
44.
Excuse
okay.
us.
Thank you, Mr. Rosebray.
87.
And that's where Leonard, he can ask both questions.
Yes.
What do I score and what do I have left? And I think sometimes he tries to outthink himself there on the second part of that.
34.
A little bit of pressure just in case Soldier misses this.
Leonard require
Just enough
32.
to say, I'm back here. If you don't take this out, I'm here waiting. And let's have some respect from the crowd.
At least they're doing consistent sound.
24.
But 3 match starts missed.
Jake, you require 80.
Double 10, nope. Okay, 1 for tops.
40. Leonard, you require 8.
He got his dart at it. Soldier continues to march around the board.
Madhouse.
6 score.
0 for 6 on match darts.
Jake,
Leonard
you
Gates and Jacob
require
Taylor.
40.
40 left.
Game, shot, and the match, Jake Taylor.
The truth defeats Leonard Gates in the first round of this Cross-Border Darts Challenge, and the Newfies are 2-0.
Not only have they given us wins, but they've given us both wins, gone the distance, about as squeezing as much drama as you can get out of this lemon. What a stretch of game, Sean.
Wow, impressive. And listen, from a perspective of the crowd for tomorrow night, having the Newfie hometown favorites still in this thing is big, but to defeat the players of Stowe, Bunts, and Leonard Gates back-to-back for them, which were terrible draws for both, let's be honest, is massive. And yep, you can go ahead.
Well, let's talk about 2 things quickly. Jacob Taylor will now take on Darryl Christie tomorrow night. That needs to be noted. But more importantly is the Nations Cup. So I think that essentially puts a lock, right? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got six wins.
Plus 2 guaranteed tomorrow.
Plus 2 guaranteed tomorrow. That
does
ladies and gentlemen, locks up the I know Peter Cetera will want to wait until we get the official 8 points, but
we can do math.
That locks up the Nations Cup for Canada, and I cannot imagine how excited the 8 players on Team Canada are. All right, I know they want to throw us to commercial. Go ahead, Sean.
Yep, we'll be right back with more right after this.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
This is 29569.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com or follow us on social media at azdarts today.
girls with their nails done now. Girls with their
Welcome back to the Cross Border Darts Challenge, streaming live from Deer Lake, Newfoundland, Canada.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Deer Lake, Newfoundland for the 2026 Cross Border Darts Challenge presented by Championship Darts Corporation. It is the last match of the evening, and it's time to introduce the players. From Dayton, Ohio, USA, making his Cross Border Darts Challenge debut, he is a CDC Circuit Tour winner. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Nick Lindberg. And a CDC main event finalist, making his third Cross-Border Darts Challenge appearance from Bedford, Nova Scotia, Canada, by way of Newfoundland. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Shark, Kylie Edmonds.
Nick won the vote, didn't he?
One match remains here for night one of the CDC Cross-Border Darts Challenge live here in Deer Lake, Newfoundland. I'm Sean Green, joined once again by my partner in comms this evening, the great Anthony Eugenia. AE, it has been a dominant night for the Canadians. They are up 6-1 in the match score lines, including a couple of big upsets. Kylie Edmonds, the Shark, is the Canadian number 3 seed as he takes on Nick Lindberg, making his debut here at the cross-border.
Hey-oh! Yeah, it's been what a dominating performance tonight by the Canadian side. You know, with the matchups tomorrow night, they've now locked up the Nations Cup to win 3 out of the 4 contests that we've put on. And let me tell you what, if those Canadian boys are not going to talk some smack all summer long, that the event went to Canadian soil and they took the cup home in dominating fashion. Man, oh man. So Nick Lindberg now is looking to be the only second American to get into finals night. Adam Sabata sitting there all by his lonesome.
Right. Yeah, and
thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Nick to throw
if you guys all saw that on the screen, the little interaction there. Nick Lindberg in his last 3 warm-up darts hit a 180, and he looked at Russ like, "Are you gonna call it?" and Russ just kind of laughed. As this is a good moment there, as Lindberg gets the start.
60
from Dayton, Ohio.
Russ is like, doesn't count, pal.
Yep.
Doesn't count, mate.
The crowd is still electric. You would have thought that the last 2 matches would have taken a lot out of them.
Ansty Taylor going the distance. I mean, I don't know what they're going to have.
135.
But this is, this is 2 solid performers. Like you said, Edmonds is the number 3 seed. He's been part of these Team Canada makeups for a few seasons now. And, we've always talked about Nick's reliability, in his performances. So
100.
Nick's one of the OGs of the CDC. Him and Larry are teammates often, roommates all the time, and
140.
And good friends. And it's nice to have to be able to travel with a good friend that's on the same level as you, and to be able to sharpen iron with iron for those 2 in Dayton for as many years as they were able to do so. They've definitely grown that dart community as well by being there.
61.
Oh yeah, the
130.
Has a large part in the story of the foundation of the championship dart circuit.
Well, Lindberg,
look at these averages.
Yeah, and Lindberg to win leg number 1 with a 15 darter.
Game
he does
shot in the first leg. Nick Lindberg, second leg, Kylie throw first. Game on.
Out of the first 12, each player had thrown 12 darts.
140.
That was less than 100. Outstanding darts by these 2.
And
what a treat for everyone around the rest of the continent it's a little earlier, we're 11:17 local time.
Yep.
Some good darts still to be had here as we put a period on
55.
night 1.
I like Kylie's new jersey too. Let's shout out that bad boy. It's an updated version of his previous jersey. I like the way that the colors kind of pop off that thing really nicely. And he also is Newfie proud, as he does have the Newfie sleeve for that flag.
96.
Yeah, and I guess Nick is from Cincinnati versus Dayton. I want to make that clear. So different part of the dart community in Ohio.
88. 58.
Cincinnati is in that upper corner
60.
or lower corner there of Ohio. That yeah, the tri-state area there of Covington, Kentucky, and Cincinnati, and
45.
Area with good sports teams from time to time.
From time to time.
Didn't switch on that last start.
Highly require 100.
It was a bold move, Cotton, but it paid off for him. 88 left for Kylie. Going to look over the trip 16 for tops.
87.
Ooh, just below the wire. Lindberg comes back with the 129 left.
129.
Start on the 19s here. Treble 20. Bullseye. Oh.
93.
Fortuitous miss to leave 36, but that's if he returns. Kylie on
require 20.
double 10.
Game shot, Sunderland.
And it goes in.
Kylie Edmonds. The leg nip to throw first. Game on. $121.
1-2-1 start there from Lindberg.
$85.
What a treat this has been through 2.5 legs.
$180.
Nick puts his arms up. He gets his 180 call.
And he actually, if you notice, he gave a little love tap to Russ as he was calling that out too as he passed him. That's awesome. The lure of having.
Now, I was just going to ask, does it become the ringtone?
I mean, it should be. Like specifically that moment too.
Yeah, that's
of
what
his,
yeah. No, we're not taking the 2017 World Championship call. We're taking my 3 darts. That's my spot.
Nick, you require 100.
We've had some great guests from across the pond.
60.
Including the fantastic Richard Ashdown and Dion Lon. Russ is, I mean.
Russ almost just raised his eyebrows at us.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love him.
31. Nick, you require 40.
Keep it up, boys. Scoring still hot. Even a little hiccup there by Kylie. 15 darter.
No score.
But he will be back. Those could not have been much closer.
And this is just off the top of my head. But, you know, so far this has been both players included the best scoring match we've seen. We've seen one of the other
20.
in all these matches score well.
Kylie require 87.
However, this is going to drop that a little bit.
We got drama. Double 18.
Game Sean, the third leg.
There's no better drama than darting drama, Sean.
Fifth leg, Kylie to throw first.
What a
game on.
Combo there from Edmonds. It's almost a 1-2 punch from him there because it breaks the throw of Lindberg, who had 6 darts to win that leg. Was miles ahead,
43.
And that's going to hurt. But Nick, a wily veteran of this game, is going to most likely be able to get that out of his head rather quickly.
100.
And just march back along like he does right there.
But Kylie is still just, he knows that the embers are out there in the crowd. He's trying to blow some
95.
oxygen into that fire. He knows that there's still the ability to go bananas.
They're all still here.
Yeah. You cannot argue
60.
that Newfies are rabid dart fans. I mean, and I say that with all, if I was wearing a cap, I'd have it off my head.
Yep.
100.
I mean, talking outside to a gentleman earlier tonight while the break was going on, and he's from around Jacob Taylor's area, and he's like, as soon as tickets went on sale, my friend and I bought them. Like, not going to miss this for the world. We're here for just the weekend.
And we appreciate that greatly.
59.
Yeah, the truth is from north. Newfoundland.
I don't know much, Sean Green, but this I know. This is not the last CDC event that you'll ever see on the island of Newfoundland.
That is, I mean, I believe you, since, you know, you kind of have say in that matter. But also, I believe you because this has been phenomenal.
140. Nick, you require
finals night.
142.
I know. Tomorrow night's completely sold out. It's going to be insane. And if it wasn't completely sold out with the 2 tickets that remained, someone tonight bought those 2.
Edmonds or Lindberg, one of the 2 gets
60.
included on the roster for tomorrow.
Highly
After that,
requires 64.
Ansty, Smith, Cameron, Taylor, Christie, Long, Sabata.
Edmonds double 8.
48.
Does not hit it, so
Nick, you
Lindberg a
require
chance to
82.
break right back. Can start on the bowl. Does not hit it.
18,
so
68.
64.
Nope.
Bullseye.
My apologies.
You're all right.
57.
I second guessed myself as soon as you. I was like, I know I'm wrong. If
Highly
that's the case.
requires 16.
Big moment to get that separation, a 3-1 lead. Oh, he busted.
No score.
He goes above into the wrong treble or wrong
Nick,
double.
you require 25.
Same target.
Game
Different
shot,
result.
full flag.
We're all square.
Nick Lindberg.
At 2 in this first
Fifth
to
leg,
5.
Nick to throw first.
The winner, I mean, of course you want to advance, but what a task.
Game on.
The winner of this plays Albert Ansty tomorrow night.
Yeah. Are Albert and Jacob on the same side of the bracket?
They are not.
No, okay.
So there is a possibility of
Of a
a
Newfie
Jacob
final.
Taylor, Albert Ansty final. Now, you know, first off, if you're home, if you're in the area, well, put it this way, if you got a ticket for tomorrow night and you didn't come tonight, like, shame on you. Tonight was going to be great.
35.
But if you've just got a ticket for tomorrow and you see all of these players make it through and you're a local person, you must be just buzzing and cannot
83.
wait for till 7 o'clock tomorrow night.
Absolutely. Or whenever the doors open.
Doors open at 6.
There you go.
100.
Kylie gave a little look to the camera there. That was awesome. There's a banana there in the front row, AE, and it just immediately reminds me of my 4-year-old daughter is hooked on the song Chicken Banana right now, which is
99.
think of like
Chicken Banana.
Think of like Baby Shark, only more annoying. And that's what you get with that one.
Yeah, I'll take your word for that.
60.
Can
Kylie
Edmonds match
require
the Ansty
167.
167 for the high out tonight?
No. But just setting it up is important now.
I think we're going downstairs.
59.
He opened up the door a little bit for Lindberg. It is on throw for Lindberg, though, so. That's a big 140.
Kylie require 108.
Downstairs or upstairs? Downstairs.
Nick looking to get some love from the crowd.
Tops.
88.
I like that route.
Nick, you require 58.
For the lead. Good marker.
18.
Unable to take advantage of it.
Kylie, you require 20. Game shot on a 5th leg. Kylie Edmonds.
Kylie settles
6
in.
leg
Hits that
Kylie
one.
to throw first.
16 darter
Game
there.
on.
These guys are playing phenomenal overall. We've seen some brilliant moments out of them. And I still can't believe that the sound waves
54.
of the crowd is causing the stage to shake.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a problem, but it's a cool problem.
The Canadian lineup, you really have to
Folks,
give them all credit.
Yep.
That, you know, they've come to play. They've known these lineups for nearly months, and
100.
they were determined to come and put on a show and make a statement. And this is a statement. This is a North American statement.
Yeah, they've definitely put on a show.
On which nation?
Nine scored.
We're going to worry about that little guy.
And that, you know, now this is where Nick's really got to punish that. A 140. Wayward there. Now he's just struggling to get one scoring
22.
wedge.
Gives it right back to Kylie.
Now, when you're, if you're Kylie, you know, you can't try and do too much and fix that 9 and score 200. You just got to do what's in front of you.
83.
I'm sure that was a switch over to the 18s that went wayward.
I'm just now noticing that giant mark in the middle
43.
of the 20s. I'm wondering where that came from.
57.
Because it wasn't there a couple throws ago.
I don't know what kind of points both players are using.
There was one. There was one like weird.
Yeah.
One where Nick's like went up, and that might do it. It's not the points. It's just the way the dart went into the dartboard. Pulled out the sisal fibers.
Yes.
$174.
Effectively a 180.
That
sets up beautifully.
Yep. Great setup there.
It's got insight that is not actually a sisal
24.
mark. It is wax.
From
Game
Nick.
shot in the sixth leg.
Nick in his left hand.
Kylie
always holds
Edmonds,
a
seventh
piece of
leg.
wax.
Nick to throw first. Game on.
Wow. Kylie Edmonds. 174 to lead 24 and hits it in the first dart.
140.
And he is now one leg away from making this a almost sweep of the Americans.
45. $60. 95. 60.
Nick Lindberg fighting to stay alive here at the cross border.
100.
He's in the right spot though. Down 4-2. Hold, break, hold.
Yep. You know, but it will involve breaking Edmonds. But as you say, it's got to be 3 in a row, and he's got to throw in 2 of them.
$43.
And the little slip up there gives Nick 6 at 181. At least to hold his throw.
Mm-hmm.
$100.
That's a great last.
$96. Nick, you require 81.
Trouble 19 or trouble 15.
It was actually kind of a neat shot, just those 2 flights in there. I'm going to go screenshot that later.
Bullseye to stay in this.
36.
Kylie 122 for the match.
122.
And this would raise the roof once again in this venue. Trouble 18. Bullseye for the match. Drags it low.
Nick, you require 45.
Well, leaves 6. And now he can't take it out. That was a
Nice score.
Missed the big number into a treble that was not nice to him. And that might do it. Tops for Edmonds. Double 10 for the win.
37.
Reprieve as we see
Nicky
two match
require
starts come and go.
45.
Much better.
Game
And he
shot on
pins
the
it that
7th
time.
leg. Nick
He's
Lindberg.
going to use take 2.
8th leg, Kylie to throw first. Game on. One runner, 40.
Edmonds on throw for the match.
$24.
And only a 24 start from Lindberg. The crowd still electric, chanting Kylie's name.
$60.
What an exclamation point this would be for the Canadian side.
Oh, absolutely.
$60.
Of course, team captain for the Canadian side. His job was to coach the team, not to win his match, and that's exactly what he'll say. And he did his job better than he needed to.
One runner, 40.
It just keeps coming from Kylie Edmonds.
121 after 12. Lindberg cannot leave a finish even with a 180, but can get that iconic call.
That's a 180. There's no nickname.
For Lindy.
81.
Still not on a finish, though. And Kylie's on tops.
$99.
For the match.
Kylie require 40.
2 match starts have come and gone for Kylie.
Game.
He only needed
Shot.
one more.
And the match.
Third time's a charm.
Kylie
And the
Edmonds.
Shark. And 16 darts wins that match. And Team Canada 7-1 tonight, AE.
I mean, like I said, an absolute statement, a statement across North America by Canada on who reigns supreme in this great sport. What a night it's been. Moments from Ansty and Taylor, big outs, bull outs, the crowd literally shaking the building. I cannot wait, Sean Green, for night 2.
Tomorrow night is going to be absolutely epic, AE. And listen, great matchup from the Canadians. Let's run down those scores real quick. Jeff Smith 5-2 over Gary Mawson. Daryl Christie 5-3 over Jason Brandon. David Cameron 5-0 over Larry Butler. Adam Sabata, our lone American, 5-2 over John Part. 5-2 win for Jim Long over Doug Bame. Albert Ansty and Jacob Taylor had the matches of the night. 5-4 victories over Stowe Bunts and Leonard Gates, respectively. And then Kylie Edmonds, 5-3 victory over Nick Lindberg that we just saw there. My goodness. Well, this has been an electric night 1 of the 2026 CDC Cross Border Darts Challenge here in Deer Lake, Newfoundland. We will find out who will be crowned champion tomorrow, starting at 7 p.m. local time, 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central.
We've got late news.
Late news.
All right, ladies and gentlemen,
Let's get the
what
schedule.
an
We just had the schedule.
evening.
So the schedule is going to be up first tomorrow
Let's hear
night.
it for
Jim
Team
Long takes on
Canada.
Adam Sabata. Second, Jacob Taylor takes on Daryl Christie. Third, Jeff Smith takes on David Cameron. And fourth, Kylie Edmonds takes on Albert Ansty.
There you
hot
go.
off the presses, Sean Green.
There you go, folks. Well, so you want to tune in tomorrow with us at that time, 7 p.m. local time, 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central. From Peter Cetera, Anthony Eugenia, Jeff Good, our director, L. David Irete, and the rest of the CDC staff, thank you for tuning in, and we will see you tomorrow. Have a great night.